Alright.
All right, good evening, and welcome back to an interesting episode of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game, because we are down to 4 players for the first time in over a year, which is
Yay!
interesting in a way. We're just gonna have to kind of roll with things, because I've never gone, out of player kind of permanently. I'm leaving the nice little box up that'll be empty. That'll be the box of shame in case we ever have like temporary people or somebody else joins or if John comes back. So that's gonna stay there for a little while. I guess with that, Barry, why don't you let us know what happened last time?
Oh, I forget.
No, you didn't. I saw you write it down. You did not
All
forget
right.
how to read. You're not that dumb.
Sometimes,
What if
though.
I did?
Teacher, what if I forgot the weed?
I don't know. Does this claw smell like burning toast?
Actually, a little bit.
An alpha
Actually,
kid.
no.
Actually, it smells like chloroform.
Alright, so we open on the inside of a cultish lair hidden underground beneath the city itself. The party, having searched some few parts of the lair already, proceeds into an upstairs section, encountering a few giant spiders which are easily put down. They also explore and find a few more spiders down a cave, which seem exotic and strange. The party deduces that these are the source of shiver production in the area. But the real meat and potatoes of the session is soon found, the party donning disguises and sneaking into the cult's main chamber of worship, down a lift operated by a cult member who didn't look very closely or ask enough questions. The party confronts the cult leader, Myra, who tells them that there's a bigger fish to fry, her partner, who's secreted away into a dimension of his own making, which is the source of the spooky scaries at night, and which is fed by the people's consumption of shiver and fear. The party tells her that she will still have to be brought in, which eventually leads to her running off. Before that, however, she hands them a key which can open the door to her partner's dimension, which is an object of unthinkable magical power for those who have their magic vision eyes on. However, as she hands it over, a giant statue of a spider from hell begins to animate, and it starts attacking the party, smashing into the walls, which causes water to pour in and start flooding. Quickly acting, though, the party works together, and Garugamesh was able to deal a massive killing blow on the creature, which didn't even crumble or show signs of harm once it was slain. Evacuating the survivors, the party races to the lift and escapes the flood. Soon after, the party goes about clearing the rest of the dungeon, signaling to Cyrus to send the guards and help clean up the rest. The party finds a well covered by an iron covering, at the bottom of which is something shiny. Phoenix tried climbing down with magic bullshit, which triggered a vision for most of the party of soaring through an unknown dimension with a massive city, people chanting, and a giant explosion. Phoenix was able to get the object, which was a glowing dust, definitely not radioactive or dangerous. Afterwards, we picked through the library and the final rooms, finding some small things of interest but not much else. The session ends with Garugamesh saying goodbye to the party, each character giving their own heartfelt parting words with him, as he decided that things were too dangerous and he wanted to see to family matters. That's the recap. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I think that was pretty encompassing. I guess if you were going from not last episode, but the episode before, which included the trek through the city walls and into the mansion, I guess would be covering what you saw on the third floor, which was the vision of Caligaro in his dream dimension. Because you all, well, not at all, I think everybody except for like 2 people failed a check in order to avoid a deep slumber curse.
I think that was a session before, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Anywho. So, you guys are standing, I'm going to say, in Imperial Square. You have just watched Gurgamesh walk off westward. You have no idea where he's going, considering that, his brother is
I want
here,
to catch
so-
up to him and start talking to him.
Fuck off, man. Fuck off and die. He vanishes into the crowd. You have no idea where he's going, considering his brother here in the city and behind you. But hey, whatever. Gilgamesh wasn't exactly always the brightest individual, so he's just being dramatic. Doing a circle, figuring out where he is later. Either way, that
He
leaves,
turns around and walks past. I was like, sorry.
what's the wrong way?
No, it happens.
But it was set to Weast.
Yeah, I think that last check was him running Vic's pockets. Not
It was
very
him
subtly.
making the worst attempt possible as he was choking back tears.
Oh.
Because he's not here, he can't contradict me.
Because he was basically like grabbing for it like a toddler. I'm just
Sven looks like a proud father who can't hold back their tears as their son goes off to war.
Oof. Either way, you have been paid 8,000 gold from the city for both taking care of the cult problem and taking care of the drug distribution problem. Droon seemed very disinterested in what you had to say regarding like the dream shit. All he heard was that you had smashed the cult, and that's all he cared about.
So that's 2,000 each, yeah?
Well, including
1600.
Gilgamesh's cut, 1,600.
Oh, yeah, 1,600.
So I already had that.
I believe I did too.
I'm going to give 200 gold to Natari for the assist.
I'm going to give 300 to Lugo.
I give 400 to my followers.
I'm going to give
You know what?
500 to Etor.
I give $10,000 to my
Or
dog.
chews on the coins, having no idea what to do with them. Like a
I
Tom.
mean,
It's like our own little mini bag of holding. Except
it's usually something most overlook unless you chew them too much, like that one and that.
So,
Instead of a bag of holding, it's just Etor's stomach. Just to puke it up every time.
no, you don't get it out.
horrible.
It doesn't come out.
Yeah, it goes down.
Oh.
It doesn't come back up.
Well,
It's-
it comes out one way or another.
Ay. So, now that you have finished at least what Droon considers to be your job, even though there are definitely a decent amount of questions left over to be asked, and you have seen Gilgamesh off, it is a little after noon. What are you guys doing now?
Well, I think considering this new information and the key we have, we should probably go talk to Cyrus or someone at Bannerhome.
We have a key, but finding the lock is probably going to be the next problem.
I'm not sure if it's one of those magical keys that you can kind of just go to a general space where the veil is weak. Like maybe I was thinking just going to Bridgefront in the night, because that seemed to be where a lot of that stuff was happening.
Mhm.
Center of Bridgefront. Just try and activate it somehow.
I think maybe perhaps we should tell our superiors about this first. Or
Yeah.
Cyrus, at least. I think
They
we
might
shouldn't
have
be
a better
going
idea.
rushing into these things without at least somebody knowing that we are going to be doing these things. If we go missing, we would benefit from somebody knowing why.
Exactly. I can't really shift us back here, although that would present its own problems. I'd rather not have to cross that particular bridge.
Well, even beyond all that, I don't think we should go in there alone. I think Melia and Cyrus should come with.
We'll send Cyrus a message. We'll take the sending stone out of the bag of holding.
All right, that does work across dimensions, so even if we end up stranded somehow, which I doubt, would be a method of at least reaching out to somebody.
Yes.
Probably better than aimlessly shifting us back a couple 100 miles away from our destination.
I'm not really sure how to phrase this exactly. We'll just take the sending stone and start getting something to Cyrus.
Lane starts typing a message, doesn't like it, and just backspaces a bunch, and starts typing again.
Yes, Etor, would you go and get another one of those obsidian stars made? There's enough gold there.
Mm-hmm.
Because whenever you're finished, bring it back.
Yeah. So Cyrus, seems that the god have taken a good stab at clearing things out. Seems that the issues at the mansion are stable. But we found a key from one of the cultists that was stated to give us access to the other dimension. But not sure how it works. Do you suggest anything?
His response doesn't come immediately. It actually takes like a few minutes before finally the stone begins to glow again.
We start making small talk.
I pull out an empty bottle.
I was gonna make a joke about us wasting time.
Again. The message, however, reads or sounds. Just to return to Bannerhome, and we'll take a look at it together.
All right. Suppose we're going back to Bannerhome.
All right. Well, we're already walking there. We're like, I mean, with how long it took for him to get back to us, I mean, we're almost there.
Your camera's having a stroke.
Right.
Again.
Yeah. Warning for those watching: if you have epilepsy, don't look at land.
I don't know what the other options are because I don't have another camera.
Oof.
Skill issue.
Well, whatever. It'll come and go, I guess. Yeah, you do get a decent amount of the way to Bannerhome by the time the message comes back in. You guys head into Bannerhome. It's definitely a bit busy. You have to wait. Some people are coming the other way, and then into a room filled with people chatting, drinking, making plans, reading books, practicing small amounts of magic, and having liquor thrown across bar counters, more or less. So, first of all, you see Lugo sitting at the counter, just there doing his thing, which is mostly nothing. I was gonna ask this, Dax, where the hell do your followers return when they're not doing anything in this city?
Mostly there is it depends on how they feel. If they're feeling like they want to have a few drinks and party, they'll stay at Bannerhome. If they just want some peace and quiet, they'll probably go somewhere in Bridgefront, like an old hideout we used to have. But I'll say right now they're probably in Bannerhome.
Yeah. Kind of, once again, doing the same thing, mostly drinking and talking, commiserating. You do see Cyrus actually standing near one of the bar counters, just waiting for a drink, and then as soon as he gets it, just inhaling like a solid lager entirely, like a whole damn pint, shotgunned.
I'm just gonna beeline straight to him, sit at the bar, just look at the bartender. I'll have what he had.
The Minotaur turns around, looks to you, and is like, "Hey," and just turns around again and goes to get the bottle he just put back.
The pint glass full of whiskey.
Oh yeah, I hope so.
I'll
No, it's a
I'll wake you
solid
up.
stout. It's still like 14% alcohol.
I'll take it. Daxius will take literally anything right now. He's
Well, who's
bone
new?
dry.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's 5 o'clock. No,
No,
It's not the smoke.
no, please don't. So, Cyrus, like, seeing that, just lets his drink go, turns around, and looks at everybody as you're wandering over. Well, so far this has seemed to be mostly a success, yes?
Yes,
More or
though
less.
we're down the party member, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that happened.
You should really put him on a leash, you know? Last time he got away from the people, some things happened.
I
He's...
think this.
No, you go ahead.
I think this time will be different. I think he'll be out of the press at least.
His family is much better equipped to protect him than we are, financially, if not socially, I suppose.
Who even is his family anyway?
What we're saying is
Someone
that
important.
Gilgamesh is no longer with us. As in, the gate crashes. He's moved on.
He's definitely not dead. No,
Yeah,
unless it happened in the last couple of minutes anyway.
honestly, it could have.
Knowing him, it is a possibility. But, well, he is an adult, and that is his choice. If he wishes to come back, he will probably be possibly reassigned with you. Otherwise, he might end up under a new master. So,
If at all possible, I'd like him to come back with us if he does choose to come back. But that's for the future.
yes, we have apparently pressing matters now. Now, what was it that you were talking about in the message?
So I was trying not to be too wordy. The pseudo leader, I suppose, woman by the name of Myra Lombroso, was hauled out underneath the mansion over in Bridgefront, the one that was producing the ship. We were able to confront her without, well, I wouldn't say without casualties, but none that we had any hand in.
Well, then that is a development. Good job, all of you.
Yeah, monumentous occasion for us.
Give us a bit of information about how things came to be. Someone by the name of Nahum Caligaro had, well, caused this whole thing. He's apparently found a way into the realm of dreams and has been using that connection to sort of spread the shit around and develop it and use the cult in his own way, which should not be happening in the future. But since he's not on this plane of existence, the elimination of this sort of threat is going to be difficult, but Myra gave us a key, and I'll pull it out of the bag of holding. Very magical key that she had mentioned was, well, the key to accessing the dimension where he's currently residing.
Right. He just like puts his gloved hand out.
Hands it to.
He holds it like really gingerly, like not wanting to like wrap his hand around it or anything like that, and just kind of brings it close and then like holds it away and says, "Gods, even I can feel the magic off of that, and I don't even need to turn that on." And he like just reaches out and puts it down on the countertop so he doesn't have to touch it. That is something I think somebody with knowledge of the occult should probably look into. Oh,
A bit more than myself.
what is her name? The lady who cannot move. Operates down there in Bridgefront. Maybe she would know.
Barrington?
Yes,
is the
Madam
one.
Carrington.
Yeah, the lady who I think her what is the word in common? All limbs don't work.
Right. Yeah.
paralyzed.
I did it. Other than that, I do not know anybody else who works in that realm. All I can say is that I believe that this key is not exactly A, literal key, and B, something that is looking for something to put into. But she might know more.
Okay.
Mhm.
Can I roll a knowledge local and see if I would know anyone other than Carrington who might know occult stuff, but also is like legit and I know won't sell us out or something? Someone I
Small
can trust.
pool. You can give me a roll
Very
now.
small. I'm not expecting anything, but
There are some people that you know names of, that like you think are probably like legitimate psychics or have that kind of ability. The only one that comes to your mind that you think A is legitimate, B won't fuck you over because they're not fly by night, and C is powerful enough to possibly look into this is Carrington. I
Yeah.
think you were the only one of the group who did not go to see Carrington during her first reading.
I did not.
But the rest of you had a relatively positive interaction with her. You at least know that she's odd, but on the level.
Right.
I always heard she was a kook, but sources were bridge frontians, so
It is
Yeah.
Her
run of mill down there.
yeah, fair point.
her
Everything
power
that-
is real enough.
We talked to her once before, and everything she said so far has been on the money.
Well,
So we have a destination then.
good diviners generally are, and not in the bullshit way where they say things where you can read it however you want, and whatever happens you can blame to whatever it is that they say.
It's like if you work hard, then good things will come. Incredibly useful.
It is down south along the coast they sell these cookies that have slips of paper in them that say horse shit like that.
I heard it actually came from a town in the east. And they
Most
just sort of
likely through the
adapted it there.
merchant routes, yes. Made of sweet
Why
shit
would
out of Cortona.
wait? They put. Why would you put paper that is non-digestible into a cookie?
You
Just
take
to,
it
just
out.
just to make yourself feel better?
It is an amusement thing. You break it, it comes out. Apparently, the gnomes in Cortona find this rather amusing. I do not pretend to understand the mind of gnomes.
Gnomes are fucking weird as it is.
Yeah, fuck gnomes.
At least they have fun. At least they have fun with themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna change our symbol to be just a little face with a pointy hat and then a big universal no.
Yeah, generic garden gnome face.
Take the garden oak's
Just-
head and it's on a pike.
Just making some convincing arguments over here.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I
No.
will probably go to see her. Other than that, I don't know what you intend to do at this point. The feeling that I've got is that problems are not solved.
We won the
No.
battle. The war is still ongoing.
Right.
It seems the source is probably residing in another plane or some such thing resembling one.
Right, yes. He said, I do not know much about that.
It's complicated.
Well, we can always hope that Carrington does. And if not,
Use your
there's
best.
going to be a lot more looking up.
We should contacts down at the college or, barring that, at Lunenburg University, the other side of the city. Or a good
Right.
priest. You never know.
Perhaps it even something from some other place might know something about this. Just depends on what exactly one is to ask.
So,
Honestly, if we don't get anything from Carrington, I I mean, the Mariana Keep is a good place.
Oh, yes. Because the great Mercator actually decided to see you instead of giving you a bullshit runaround like he did me. Tell him you
Well, we still did.
next time you see him.
Oh,
We did
will do.
definitely do some bullshit running around. But I think that's more of the design of the keep itself.
I fucking
Yes.
hate that
Man,
design.
what do you expect? Once
Yes.
you hit a certain level of talent in the realm of the arcane, I swear you lose half of your fucking mind.
Really wishing I knew the anti-magic field so I could just, well, maybe it wouldn't be the wisest thing to do while it was in operation, but
Oh,
would
yeah.
be a bit satisfying to shut down that elevator for a couple of minutes, just to make a point.
Just make sure that you're not in it.
Right. I don't know if it is suspended on anything, if I would be dispelling that too.
I do not offer cleanup services. Possibly resurrection, but anyways.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way,
In any case, I think
this
yes.
is something actually to celebrate. Even if you have not won, I think this is still a good step forward. There are places that we can go if you want to have actual entertainment, as opposed to just coming back here and drinking. See?
Fair
That's
point.
I think we should try to find some sort of finality before we fully celebrate.
No,
To that end, there's a few other things that might need to be looked at. But, Daxi, so your companions free at the moment?
Look, I look to the other side of the room, and
Yeah.
they're all fucking like.
Yes.
Yeah,
Drinking
yeah.
and fucking around with each other. Yeah, that's all they're doing.
Just
One of them's
turn back.
rolling over a table.
Yeah. Seems to be.
Well, if you think they're sober enough, we still need to find the Journal de Sojo and the Book of Dreams.
Yeah.
That's something we don't currently have a lead on, beyond knowing that it was attempted to be pawned off in Bridgefront. If you
Natari
think they're up there,
just downs a drink. I got it. I'll get him on it. All right, listen off, you fat fucks, and she walks off towards the bar.
Mm-hmm. Middle
They
finger
go-
over her shoulder back at all of you.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be
Well,
handy.
as much as she seems to hate, well, you specifically, but working with us in general, kind of surprised she decided to follow you here.
There is a moment of like silence and eyes darting around, or yeah, well, you know, Atari does their own thing. I'm thankful she did. Truly, I wasn't sure if she would.
Oh,
Anyways, yeah, we have things to do. Yeah.
No.
So,
Yeah.
Even lacking a concrete reason, there is still a united purpose, I suppose.
Yep.
And that is enough.
let's
Well-
give them something to follow, I suppose. Probably head down to Madame Carrington's, though.
Right.
Yeah.
She is getting on in her years. It hopefully isn't time for an afternoon nap.
She's a late nighter anyway. I think she'll be fine.
well, once you are all done with that, come back here. If you need me, you know how to contact me. Couple of options. There are always shows down at some of the taverns and pubs in Center City. If you're in the mood for some jackassery, there's always the Caper and Kobold. And I've heard that there's a very good act that has a semi-residence up at the last drop. What do you want to call it? A coffee shop, but they serve food sometimes. Very good, popular with the
Cafe?
students at the university. And he kind of like
Maybe-
points to
maybe-
Sven, catfolk. I've heard he's catfolk. Anywho, find me. We'll do something. Actually, try to celebrate something instead of oh shit, we're going to do something else that ends up undercutting everything, and then we're going to go drink until we're unconscious.
Wow.
Right.
How do you already know me this well?
I wouldn't mind something lower key, but I'm up for whatever.
I just would like to get what's on all our minds over with first. It's.
Meow.
I swear to God, Sven, Pocket. Are you gonna deal with Pocket Cat?
No, that's me this time.
Oh,
He's just
Trying to
making a
steal
weird
somebody's-
squeaking noise, like a fucking squeaky toy.
Look,
Trying
they
to steal
said that they
somebody's
had the
chicken leg off the
catwalk.
plate.
They had the catwalk at the cafe. I can't help it.
it's. I mean, that's
It's
fair.
just-
You know, I think I'd be the same if I ever found a kitsune.
It's just like a cultural thing. I always had trouble with some of the vowels, I guess, of the language. It's I go pretty high pitched sometimes, but it's a bit difficult.
I haven't heard you go high pitched lately.
Oh, sometimes.
I haven't heard you go squeaky mode.
I'll keep an eye out.
Next time I fall down a pit, probably.
Hopefully
Yes.
that's not too soon.
Unfortunately, the only time he went down a metaphorical or literal pit that I'm aware of is we didn't see what happened. So
No,
Under Innsbruck.
thank goodness.
Also, wow, that cat actually sounds rather angry. We're desperate for
Mhm.
attention.
give it all the
Food,
attention.
huh?
He's got like
Here's
little
the cat going.
newborns.
Kind of.
Anywho,
Guess we're
Doing
yeah.
silly.
Guess we're heading down to Madame Carrington's.
all right.
Yeah.
As we're heading out, I'll just lag behind and just turn to Cyrus.
But you, Cooper,
Do kitsune have
open them?
just random question? Do kitsune have rituals for burial?
It depends on the tribe, but yes, we have them.
I'd like to hear more detail about that. That's all. In the future. And I'll turn in later.
And he lets you go. Natari leads all of your followers out to spread out. Most of them don't seem like super enthusiastic to do this work, but they don't seem like they're doing it at like reluctantly. They're mostly doing it drunkenly. So, you guys follow not long after, just the four of you for once. Five if you include Sasha. You end up heading back the way you more or less just came. Going back south, going back through Center City, crossing over the bridge, and heading into Bridgefront. Reaching Carrington's, I guess, shop front, whatever you want to call it.
I
About
will
1
say,
o'clock in the afternoon.
I do my usual thing of like trailing behind them, like not being me.
You find that the amount of people waiting in front of you has definitely increased. And that the mood among them, and this isn't even something you need to sense, this is something rather obvious. You would have to be rather like unperceptive or emotionally disconnected to not notice, is very much one of concern, if not downright fear. Based on the way a lot of them are dressed, they seem to be locals.
We didn't quite
Sorry.
think about the current addicts once the well dries up.
Yeah, is there any chatter about what they think is going on, or
So, even as you're like waiting outside, because you actually do have to wait outside in the street before you can get inside to even wait in the waiting room, is that there is definitely like it is obvious that people have heard about the cult being cracked, that people have been scattered to the winds. You also have heard that the Lunar Guard has taken possession of the house, like fully,
Okay.
and are guarding it rather securely.
Yo, guys, what if we try and like have them give us the house as a reward, and then we can like use it as a shop? Hear me out.
It's a burnt out mansion in like a slum. I don't know that we
Yeah.
would want that. I don't know that we would want it.
Look,
also
it's a
filled with
fixer-upper.
corpses and spider webs.
But
The house flippers too.
All
But
it
it's
would
one of-
take is 3
On
to
this
4 years
episode
of
Good
renovations.
Bones.
It's like one of those things where you slowly upgrade the base over the course of the game.
Not just good bones, but literal bones. It's filled with them. There's a giant, like, sedan-sized pit in one of the rooms. It leads down several floors.
It is very obvious something has
Yes.
fallen from the second floor to the first floor.
It's a
Half of it is
little
flooded.
bit of. It's a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
To you know.
That'll buff out.
Mhm. It just needs some extra polish.
It
Like a
adds
Zillow listing.
Maybe a guardrail.
Right.
Like a Zillow listing, just says minor damage.
minor damage.
The only thing they take a picture of is this, like, the top corner of the roof.
The worst
Just hang some
Zillow
over.
listing ever.
It's just a first floor landing with a view of the basement, you know, and the hole in the basement, which is, of course, an art piece.
So
It was actually constructed by the late grand artist Von Three Kobolds in a Trench Coat.
What is what we would like to call a spontaneous work of art in the industry.
So, it's like a solid hour that you guys have to wait, and people end up behind you. You get into the waiting room. You can definitely feel like the tenseness in the atmosphere. The mood is very, very, very tense. You are eventually, you watch as the individual. I think because you did, yeah, you definitely met him. What is? That'd be Maynard, the white-haired half-elf who acts as Carrington's footman or secretary or assistant therapist, like physical therapist. I don't know. Either way, he's the one that seems to handle all the physical stuff, whereas Carrington is, as a quadriplegic, unable to do that. Eventually, he doesn't even ask you what you're looking for. He opens the door, just brings all of you in, and then closes the door slowly behind you. The room has had the drapes thrown open. You can see all the plants that are in the pots around you, and somebody give me a knowledge in nature. I'm not sure if anybody identified these last time.
Somebody?
Anybody.
Anybody? Okay.
Anybody.
At
Anybody,
one
everybody.
point. So I will try.
Absolutely.
Well, in that case,
1, 2, 3. Who are we missing? Okay.
Trying to
Oh,
think.
Phoenix is
let
gonna
me-
make me because you don't have it. Well,
I can try, but
you can
it's
try.
shitty.
Sven, you and Daxius are both able to identify it. Sven, because of your actual knowledge in botany. Daxius, because of the fact that these plants are sometimes being smuggled or sold illegally. They're called extivaes. They're a dangerous plant. Very beautiful. Don't touch them. They come from a Sori. They're a favorite as a exotic plant if you know how to take care of them. They are the kind of plant that eat. They bite.
Ah. which Gilgamesh was here, coax him into putting his hand in it, and it
Wouldn't
wouldn't
have to
really.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
one big plant. They're like little smaller, like almost. They do like beautiful, very colorful Venus flytraps with very large, bright petals. A bunch of them all like climbing up around like a central spire, usually made of wood. And you can see like each one of the flowers is basically its own mouth. Carrington is lying on the fainting couch just as she was. Once again, like looking at you, and you can see her eyes moving, but obviously like her face and body don't really react much. The speaking board on the table, you see the little icon begin to move around as it more or less she welcomes you back and asks you what you are looking for as she what's the phrasing that she uses? People frightened want dream protection. Too many cannot protect all.
Right. And hopefully this should be addressing the source of that.
Big ol' just pull a key out of the bag of holding. I believe you mentioned this last we spoke.
She looks at it and like the icon goes over the yes listed on the board. And then she spells out here, Here.
He's saying we can use it to access the other side from here.
The
Or
I don't know what to call it. Basically, the little pointer goes over the no, and then it begins to spell out put in hand and
Oh.
hold hand. It
Yeah.
as you walk over, the rest of you are able to see that it spells out can read object.
oh yes, does require a physical contact, I believe.
Vic will walk over and try and gently just sort of open up her hand and just put it in there and hold it.
Yeah, there's no like resistance whatsoever. And like as you hold it, like you see her eyes go that silvery again, and then you begin to see this. You see the flashes of Myra holding it, talking to you, promising you it in exchange for their freedom, and then tossing it. The vision goes black for a little bit, and after that, excuse me, you seem to see it being handed over to Myra by Greeley, who is down on his knees begging for forgiveness and saying that he will never betray Moglathar again, and that please spare his people. Like absolutely like shuddering, crying tears, completely inconsolable level of ridiculousness.
Wouldn't betray what was that name?
Was it
Moglathar.
Moglathar?
Hyphenated.
Mog Lothar.
Lothar. After that, it goes black again, and then you see what appears to be the smoldering ruins of one of the rooms in the mansion. Somebody rushes forward and grabs several objects off of the ground. One of being the book, a very thick book. The other one being the key. And as like you're able to see it, like as the perspective swings around, you see that it's Tan, the man whose body you had to dispel at the very beginning of all this, as he then, as well as others, rush through the front part of the mansion towards freedom. You see that the front door here is not locked this time, and that he barely makes it out through the door before that giant shuddering corpse of a spider drops from the ground and like tries to grab at him. It goes black again, and then you see a scene. This time you see what looks like a room in the mansion, but it's not one that's familiar. Mostly because it's intact, and the floors are covered with arcane sigils that have been drawn in it, probably in chalk or limestone, something like that. You see the man himself holding the book open and reading from it, holding the key and seeming to use it almost like a wand. In the center of the room, as he is walking around talking, you see what looks like, surrounded by like a ring of his followers in ceremonial robes, is a sizable glowing stone. And by sizable, I mean like beach ball, like bigger than beach ball size, floating in the middle of the room, surrounded by all the ring of people and the sigils on the ground. Your vision goes black one last time and then appears as you hear the sounds of banging above you, people or something hitting, the sound of metal reverberating, and then crack opens. And you see what looks like a lid being pried off something. And as it slides off, you're able to look up the well that was beneath the house. Actually, I guess there is one more for this. Caligaro is among the individuals that appears to be roped, like rappelling down the well, much like you did earlier today. It goes black one last time, and as your vision clears, you see Caligaro in the library of his home. This one you definitely recognize, however, it does not look like the disaster zone it is now. As you look at it and then remember what it looked like now, it is very obvious that someone went through there very quickly looking for shit. Threw everything to the ground, broke shit, whatever in their search for whatever they wanted to take. Caligaro is holding open a book, and you can see as he holds the key, like referencing it in the book, that there is a page that does not fit in the rest of the book. There are a decent amount of them, but this one definitely stands out for a couple reasons. The first one is that it is very pristine. It looks like it was just printed, but you almost instinctually know that it is not new. It is also covered with sigils and markings that you associate with elven culture. Not any recent elven culture, that's for fucking sure. It is written in an almost blue, kind of half-glowing ink, and he holds that page, like, rubbing it reverently. As he, like, smiles and flips through the pages, but always comes back that one to, like, rub it between his fingers. As if it's almost like a security blanket. After that, your vision blanks out, and as you open your eyes, you are standing in Carrington's divination chamber once more with the others looking at you, waiting for, because they didn't see shit. She lets her fingers go, because that seems to be about the much that she can do, letting you have the key back.
Taking a second, probably just visibly stunned for a minute. Well, things are complicated.
Might not.
But,
Yes.
What did you see?
quite a bit. Does anyone recognize the name Moglathar?
Do I?
Do I?
No.
Is there anything I can roll?
Not ringing any bells.
No.
Shit.
Well, yeah. In essence, we have some of this information. but I saw a little bit more direct representation. It seems that Nahum somehow came into possession of this Book of Dreams, possibly through his library or family history or something, and discovered a ritual in that book, though the ritual wasn't supposed to be there. It was almost as if it was planted. Some ancient elven sigils and something. I didn't get a clear enough look to make out exactly what was going on there. But apparently the key came from underneath the well. The box that was down there must have held that key originally. So
I see.
it makes me think that perhaps his family is more involved in this historically than I originally thought.
I do believe family has a deep history collecting the arcane. If I'm thinking of the right family.
Yes, though the page is still doesn't seem like that. I don't know. I'm reminiscing and thinking of the situation I initially met with the book. Perhaps it was placed there by something or someone, but I don't know. In any case, he used that ritual and the key to perform, well, the page and the key in the book to perform some sort of ritual centered around a large glowing stone about, I don't know, very large, perhaps a good 1.5 feet in diameter.
Right.
Well,
After the ritual was performed, I think that's when the book and the key were stolen. I'd imagine that the damage in the room was likely caused by the ritual, at least partially.
if I may, it sounds like he put a lot of effort into hiding away this dust. If it was just a container for the key, why was it not with the key? Why was it instead thrown away and hidden in a secret place with a very, very, very heavy lock on top of it? And
I didn't get the impression that the dust itself was valuable. It was just...
not valuable, but perhaps
I will add
there's
that
something important to it.
the glowing, floating thing in the room in that scene, like that ritual that you saw, matched the color of the dust that you got out of the lead box.
I was just thinking, because
I'm wondering
What
if there
if-
is, if it's locked away for a reason. I mean, surely why not toss it in the river or dig a
Yeah.
hole?
Well, he did dig a hole.
technically he did.
Dug it back out.
Yes, he
Seems-
did dig a hole, but then he also put a very, very heavy amount of steel on top of it, and perhaps this is a byproduct of the dust. I don't know. It seems very magical, but then also that vision you all had, which seemed to mess with you. I don't know if that's also a defense. It just seems very. How do you say? Seems like a lot for something that originally seems very not important.
Mhm.
I wouldn't say it seemed unimportant, but it just wasn't what I was expecting. But either way, do we think perhaps the key might interact with the dust?
That's what I'm getting at.
The ritual was
True.
centered around the stone, which seemed to have rubbed off at some point and created the dust down there. So perhaps it will interact, but perhaps likely not to the same degree without the ritual.
Hmm.
But the reason I mentioned Mark Lethar was after the key and the book and such were stolen by the 10 fellow. Teams that really tried to make things right and return the key to Myra, mentioning that he wouldn't betray her or that Moglath or whoever that is again. It still leaves the book misplaced.
I need to find that book.
The circumstances do seem identical in many ways to the prior occurrence. That is.
Is there any way we could just talk to that wizard fuck and just have him plane shift us over to this fucking dream world? That would solve so many. I don't know.
Possible, but there are a good number of factors that may affect that.
The issue, presuming that I'm understanding things correctly, is that the dream realm is not just a realm, not just a separate plane that exists right next to our own. It's a sort of collection of demi-planes and individual spaces of consciousness. So even if we were able to find someone who has the capability of shifting us across dimensions, just saying that this is the dream plane is where we want to go, without having a very specific and identifiable location, destination in mind, I don't think we would get anywhere near where we need to go.
That's a fair point, but we've also never been to the dream plane. Maybe there's some kind of like, I don't know, train station or something. I don't know what the fuck a train is, but I read about it in some book. Do you know what? Have you ever? I don't know. Something from all places.
Caravan train.
Yeah, something like that.
You see the thing, the indicator on the speaking board begin to move again. You watch as Carrington spells out correct. Focus, ritual, direction. Need all.
All the components to the ritual.
It goes over to yes.
Was the stone not destroyed in the ritual, though? Will we be able to recreate it fully?
Maybe I don't think we need to do it fully, because unless I'm confused, the ritual was for him to go to this plane and take control over it. All we're trying to do is go to it. Maybe we just need the dust. Maybe that's enough.
Perhaps.
It begins to move again, and she spells out a book.
Well, and the book,
That is.
but in terms of the orb,
Yes.
what I meant.
Hopefully the page is, well, we'll see.
She then continues on once again, like more or less repeating book, and then it says book tells location.
So the
I
book
suppose
has
that
the
works.
specific location, but the ritual is the means, I suppose.
She covers yes and then also covers no. She spells out as quickly as is physically possible for her. Book contains location ritual.
Sitting there for like 3 minutes as she does this.
Yeah.
The ritual to discover the location. Is that right?
She spells out portal.
So it may not be a factor of needing to worry about extraplanar travel at all.
Well,
You know where the
we're
book
not
is?
gonna. Do we?
Well, I was asking Carrington if she knew where the book was.
Her thing goes over no.
Ah, that'd be
Then
too easy. Easy.
She spells out wish I had bought it.
Who did you say the one who was trying to sell it to you was?
It was Garrick Tan, I believe.
Airtan, but it's dead.
Kreltan. Garrick's the
Correct.
father uncle.
Which one of them?
We have, or at least even if we don't have the means, we have friends who have the means to speak with the dead, yes? Why don't we speak to Frau Tan and see where the fuck he sold the book?
I think that was
His head was
with the
destroyed.
understanding that his
Right.
skull and or mouth was intact.
It was
Ah.
just
His entire upper
the
torso
thing
was
came
cased.
out of his
Right.
mouth. There's nothing left.
I'm struggling to remember if Tan was the guy that we were investigating after the first encounter at the Library of Thought, or if he was the guy. Okay, I thought he was the guy we first fought outside the Library of Thought. But that's
Yeah, it is. That is him. He
Oh,
was
that
a
is-
shambling body that was being dragged across the ground by that creature.
You know, we talked to his friends, and that was where the first nightmare scene happened for
That's
everyone.
right. Yeah, that was.
Barry killed one of them.
What was he doing that got him killed again?
Giver.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
If I'm remembering correctly, he was very much deep in the cups, so to speak.
Right.
I don't think we fully investigated that or had the information necessary to do so, but I would assume the close proximity to the key in the book would probably accelerate any sort of extra dimensional effects.
Mm-hmm.
And also, his head was like the nightmare cloud that just kept popping up whenever we were seeing the nightmare scenes anyway, so just a more
If he
localized-
was heavy in his cups, his lips may have been loose about certain details, so might
So I
not
was hoping,
necessarily be. Mhm.
Sorry, that's why I was hoping that Daxius's compatriots might be able to find the right set of ears.
they know the city well, so I have hope they'll. I don't know if they'll find the book. It's fairly lost, but I have confidence they'll hear something that might be of help. I think Natari is aware of important the situation is, even if she probably doesn't care as much as we do, nearly as much. Well, what now?
Do have another small question. Well, a couple. I don't suppose that you know who Moglathar is either.
She spells out spider deity.
Oh, yippee. My favorite deities.
What was the question?
Who
Who's
Moglathar is.
Maglathar?
Oh.
Well, hopefully not running into them anytime soon.
And then follows up with statue.
Was a
Oh, not literal spider deity. It was the thing we killed, or mostly killed. Hopefully killed. Hopefully doesn't come back because it didn't entirely break.
right, hopefully good enough. I don't really understand how it works exactly, but it seemed to not follow all of the usual rules for something that is alive.
Oh, with the
You suppose that
Unfortunate.
they mean it was worshipped as a deity, or it is and we never killed it?
I presume it's the former.
I worry it was simply a statue. Perhaps it was something only animated by something greater.
Well, if the ritual was performed using ancient Elvish magic, which, while I'm not particularly familiar with, I am comfortable in saying is both powerful and dangerous. I would imagine that deities may not need to have been involved. But perhaps you're right. Something we'll have to ask Caligaro directly.
I have the feeling he's not going to be very talkative, or if he is, very forthcoming.
I do have one more question. When last we spoke, you mentioned the Secure, Baku. How might we find them?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Last we spoke, you mentioned that we should secure Baku. But I was wondering if you could tell us where we might be able to find them, or how.
What the fuck is a Baku?
She spells out dream protection.
No message of how or where to find them.
Sleep.
I don't know if I want to sleep in this town.
Perhaps that's making it possible.
Maybe.
She simply spells out Baku in dream world. Protects dreamers.
Sounds like something we need to intentionally seek out, not just look for, but I don't know. I'm not overly confident in this particular area, but I know that Melia's made done some research into the dream realm in that sort of capacity. But I would imagine that we might have to go into sleep in the dream world with the intention of finding them.
Well, I suppose any other details that we're missing, or
Thing I can think of.
Sounds like just need to find that book.
Hear me out. What if we raised dead Tam? It's 5,000 gold. We did just make 8,000.
it would be a resurrection sort of deal. As a vital part of his body not intact.
Oh, that's I don't know the details of how that shit works. So
You'd have
that
to
that
true
fucking
res,
blows.
because you don't have any of his body. He was most likely cremated by now.
Yeah, fuck that.
Oh, then that's even, yeah. Reincarnation would be the more cost-effective option, although I don't know if one necessarily knows the method by which one is to be brought back. Some might object.
I don't know. It was already. But it's an idea if we reach a dead end.
Well, that's prodded a couple of these places at least. See what falls out.
I think if I'm not necessarily needed, I might regroup with Natari and the others and assist. See if I can dig up anything.
Works. I think we checked around one of the one shops and such earlier, but perhaps going further into the city and I don't know. Knowing that this is a somewhat esoteric item might be valuable to the right customer. Perhaps with keeping that in mind would be good.
Mhm. It's doubtful with so much opportunity he simply sought to sell it on the cheap. Unless he was drunk, of course.
Desperate. Either way. Unless there's anything else for me. I'm gonna skedaddle. Where should I meet you guys? I'll need like an hour or two. Back and see if I found anything.
Head back to the Library of Thought after we've done a bit of looking around.
Alright. See you then. And I'll make my way out.
All right. And where are you heading?
I'm heading to probably gonna look around Bridgefront first just to see if I can find Atari, because they might have headed here just until I find where her and my followers went. Maybe they dug something up by now. It hasn't been too long.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, you guys have been waiting maybe about an hour. I mean, they left like not far in front of you, so they got here about the same time you did. So they've had about an hour to like search for things. Give me a I guess what are you just gonna straight up look for them, or are you gonna ask around?
I was hoping to roll just a knowledge local.
So you're gonna ask around.
Well, I don't want to ask the wrong people because I don't want like information is power and all that, and I think the
Well,
crashes.
I feel like the people that Natari may not be the brightest individual in the world, but at least one of your followers is the wizard.
Hey, she has 14 health. Come on, health, intelligence, whatever. I clearly don't. It's just
Well, I guess maybe with a 14, she's also half drunk most of the time, so you know. And has
yeah,
very
that's
poor
fair.
impulse control and not a lot of common
Yep.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that she's gonna default to asking around two places. The first being a pawn shop, which I believe that you tried to cover those bases before and didn't come up
we
nearly
did.
as great as you wanted. The second would be booksellers.
Do I need to roll anything, or for me or Natari?
Give me a roll.
Like a D20?
Yep. You end up thinking that it's probably... Well, you're going to start pretty close. There is a bookshop right up the street from Carrington's Aneromancy called The Winding Way, which is great because that's actually a bookstore where I live that I bought a lot of shit from, which is super cool.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
You end up going in there and see a man, like, this place is not nice, but it is definitely well kept. It is covered floor to ceiling, like wall to wall, with things being sold. And you end up having to speak to a human man up on a ladder. And you ask him about, I guess you're asking about if they saw an Atari. And the man ends up responding to, yes, she was in here, and I'll tell you the same thing that I told her and that I told others. I'm not interested in buying Barvasi's shit. Now, would you like to purchase
Smart
anything
man.
else?
Do you have any arcane books, like wizard books or scrolls or anything?
Absolutely, we do. What are you in the market for?
Hit me with anything you got. You're something expensive.
Okay, are you actually looking for like magic scrolls or knowledge books?
I'm just like he offered something, and if there's like a magic tome here, I'll buy it. Sure.
Okay.
I just got paid.
Okay.
Normally I wouldn't, but this is a bookstore, and Daxius likes his books.
Do. Let me see if I can find. I know I
So
wrote something down about this.
I would like to discuss with the party the possibility of us buying a beefcake to carry our stuff around.
Beefcake?
Yeah, like a level 1 barbarian with 18 strength. Just carries our stuff around.
I could just get a like pony.
Horses are lame. No.
Yeah, we have horses.
Oh,
No, but horses can't go into
Okay.
dungeons with us.
Sasha.
It would be-
Sasha's strong.
It would be more cost effective to just buy a bigger bag of holding.
Put a
Yeah.
bag on Sasha, and I immediately know that she will stiffen up and then fall over. Because that's how cats roll.
tie a half-pound like charm to a necklace, and she's just like, get it off me. It's like loosely hanging off her. She's like, no,
No.
I hate this even more. Trying to bite it.
Sounds like you're speaking from a multitude of experience.
No, I don't try to make them wear funny clothes or anything. I know that's not going to work.
Yeah. Every time I see like animal videos and there's like they put like a costume on them, they always look so uncomfortable and
But
just
they are very adorable.
Yes.
true. But they're also already adorable as is. So therefore,
So,
I don't know. I would like my cat to be adorable and happy rather than double adorable and bad at me.
Ideally.
he ends up coming back with certain tomes primarily related to the occult and psychic abilities. Some of it has information on maybe not planar travel, but on information related to other planes. There are some books related to, say, the Dream Realm, anything like that. He says he doesn't sell spell books. What books that he would sell, like that, say, like a student would use at a college, often enough end up being purchased by them on the cheap.
I start getting bored of the idle chit chat and just like the first book you mentioned, that one, I'll take that one.
All right. That one was what, the one on planar travel?
Planar travel in the dream worlds.
Yeah, he says that one will be 25 gold.
All right, I'll take it.
All right. He hands you a book that definitely looks like it's been used, but it's not like super duper old. And he's
Yeah,
like, more or less, have a good day.
I pick it up and immediately just turn around and leave. No goodbyes, no.
He doesn't really go for it. So
Yeah. I go to where he said Atari was.
well, he more or less told her that he didn't want to buy any of Barvasi's shit, so she probably left.
Yeah, oh, I thought he like said like what direction she went.
More or less, he said that she went westward. That's all. That's all
Alright.
he knows.
Gonna keep looking around that way.
Excuse me. You end up at another book store, the Quill and Inkwell. Same story. Although they just tell you that they told her that they didn't know what she was looking for and to ask somewhere else.
Something else in that, but I don't stay there very long.
If you continue on, you are able to find several other booksellers, mostly smaller ones, and a couple actually a decent amount in the night market, who all said that other people came around asking for this, and it said that they didn't know, and they probably wouldn't say much if they did.
Fair.
So you end up coming up relatively empty-handed, and you're pretty certain that Natari probably did too. You're also not 100% sure if she lasted beyond the second person telling her to screw off, before just going home. Going
She
Natari.
might have just gone home. I was just thinking the same thing.
Mm.
Come on. If you'd stayed literally 15 minutes more, I could have reconvened with you. Whatever. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, and the rest of you, what are you doing during this time?
I assume we finish up everything at Madame Carrington's.
Mhm.
How much did we pay for that last time? Or how much for this time? Or
I don't think it was much. Either way, her response is pro bono.
How much does a
Really
giant
appreciate
cake cost at Madame Carrington's?
I'll leave 25 gold just for the help.
Okay. Madam Carrington does not make cake.
No, I was making a joke that it sounds like one of those fancy bakeries.
Also, yeah, it probably wouldn't be the worst idea to write down questions and answers. Because I'll remember it. I'm not sure if, like, all of you will.
I
And it's bad
guarantee
when I
you
do.
I guarantee you half them will be forgotten by like next week.
Brave of you to think they'll last that long.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I made notes of the general information.
So once you leave Carrington's, what now?
I mean, I suppose we could try speaking to Garrick Town. Perhaps he knows where his son might have dropped off the book if he was unable to offload it.
Nephew.
Nephew, yes.
Makes sense.
Otherwise, I don't know. A bit of a stretch, but the Palace Library isn't that far from Bridgefront. Perhaps he tried to get rid of it there. With some other shop.
All right. Well, let's see each in turn.
So where are we
all of
going
them are
first?
going. Both of those options are in the Imperial Square, so I suppose that's probably where we should head next.
So you're hitting up the Library of Thought first?
No, the Palos Library.
Oh, the Palace Library. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I was gonna say if you wanted to talk with Tan, he's gonna be in City Hall because he's a magistrate. So literally in the same place.
Yep.
Okay. How are you going about I guess what do you ask for specifically when you get into the library?
Just to walk up to one of the receptionists or wherever they've got set up there.
Librarian.
Somebody who looks like they're important behind a desk.
Mhm.
If you won't take in any sales or donations from
Donations we do indeed take. We, however, do not purchase unless it is specifically from a publisher themselves.
so would you happen to know if very ragged-looking man dropped off a tome, Journal of Sojourn, recently.
That doesn't sound familiar, no.
All right. I wouldn't have thought so, but thought I should ask.
Well, if you need anything else, we're always here.
Right. No, thank you.
We'll keep that in mind.
Have a good day.
Yes, head over to City Hall.
All right. You assume the Tan's office is probably relatively the same place that Brune's is. You end up heading up to the 3rd floor. People have seen you here a couple of times. No one stops you. You end up on the 3rd floor. You actually have to go past Drune's office, and you find that he is not in his office as you go by. You do reach Tan's. Let me look some information on him again. People. Station City Hall. Okay, he's Magistrate of Commerce. Fun. So, you end up finding Tan's office, and he seems to be, at present, he's talking with somebody, like somebody standing, probably like a bureaucrat or something like that, talking about tax policy. And it's a lot of accounting horse shit that I'm not going to bother talking about because A, I don't wanna, and B, nobody wants to hear that. He does notice you, but continues the conversation because he wants to wrap that up, obviously. But eventually just comes down to, fine, just make a decision, come back to me with the numbers, and tell me then. Thank you. The woman that he's speaking to kind of gives like a hasty nod and then turns and walks out, kind of squeaking past all of you. The man himself looks to you. He does vaguely look like Pharrell, what you remember of him. Obviously significantly older, and the resemblance is vague at best. He's relatively grizzled, rail thin, salt and pepper hair, no facial hair, has a sort of severe, tired look on his face, and he says, I recognize all of you, and I don't know why. So I'm going to ask you, how can I help you?
We came to have a conversation about your nephew. My condolences, by the way.
Right. You're Drune's dogs. That's why I recognize you.
Something like that.
I at least heard that you were successful. So, from my family to all of you, thank you for your service. He
Yes,
actually leans back, pulls open a desk, and pulls out like a small pouch and just tosses it to you and closes the drawer as quickly as he opened it. As a thank you from my family, there's 1,000 gold.
Very
Who
kind.
would he toss it to?
Whomever.
I catch it in my mouth.
No, nobody catches it. It just hits the floor and
Hits
scatters.
the floor and shatters.
Shit.
Well, I'm not picking it up.
Yeah, somebody catches it.
We'll get it.
He throws it so somebody can do like one of these, where like if you
Sven
react too
catch.
slow.
Hold on. I gotta roll dexterity. Sven catches it and absolutely drops it.
Thankfully, the bag mostly stays shut. A few do spill out, but it's not too bad.
As Sven is like on his hands and knees fumbling with the coins, can me and Fernix just walk in and close the door behind us?
Yeah. So, I'm assuming that you're not here for pleasantries, so...
Well, you seem busy, so we'll try to keep things quick. Your nephew was involved in the situation in a somewhat direct way, unfortunately.
Tell me something
I'll
I
save you
don't
the
know.
details. They'll save you the unpleasant story. At some point, he made off with a handful of items, one of which being a tome, a journal. We've been looking for it for a few days now, but have been unable to make any sort of headway. So, I was just hoping you might have some ideas of where he might have tried to offload such a thing or hide it, if necessary.
Try to offload a book. If it was something mundane, why not take it to a pawn shop?
It definitely was not mundane.
Magical
Otherwise,
in
it wouldn't be
nature.
here.
So, assuming it is not, say, a wizard's spell book, I'm assuming there are only a few class of people who would be interested in buying it. A bookseller or perhaps a private collector. The first seems the most likely. The latter, not so much, as Krell was a jackass. He was family, but he was a jackass. While he knew certain people, he didn't have the connections, nor did he have the gall to try to approach certain individuals who would purchase such a thing. If you want my best guess as to who has it, I would look for Barvasi's men. That's who the jackass fell into cahoots with. And if he wasn't able to sell it, or whatever the hell it is he wanted to buy, if it wasn't just more drugs, they would have it.
It is seeming more and more likely.
Mhm.
Well, suppose this isn't the last unpleasant conversation that we'll be having today. Hopefully your day was a bit more smooth. And thank you for the information.
Have a pleasant day.
Just
You in turn.
You exit out just as Sven is finishing gathering up all the coins back into the pouch that he fumbled.
Yeah, I mean, he did roll for it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, it sounds like we'll be having another conversation with Barvasi or some of his associates.
You've never had a conversation with Barvasi.
By we, I was referring to the other people in the room who had,
That wasn't
more
Barvasi.
specifically. Who was that then? Am I forgetting?
It was the old crouchy fart that was insane, I think is what you're thinking of. Or the people, you mean the people that Sven, Thornix, and Greg
At the
met with.
Breakwaters. That was Gerhardt Ackerman.
Ah, probably why you're
okay.
confused because he used to run the
Barvasi
Breakwaters.
used to run the Breakwaters.
Okay.
He
Yes.
ultimately was driven out during a struggle for power, basically a palace coup. And Ackerman is now the one who runs the Breakwaters as Barvasi's crew went underground.
Okay. That makes sense. I was mixing up crime leaders.
It's fun when there's a lot to confuse them with.
So on the topic of buying stuff, there actually is something I found that I'd like to buy.
250 gold a person, obviously.
Oh yeah. Everyone give yourselves 250 gold because Sven does not keep it.
Yeehaw.
Sven just puts it in his pocket and hopes nobody notices.
Great
I've
of you.
already forgotten.
There is a specific ring that I think Sven would really love called a Scholar's Ring.
What's the price?
8,700.
Yeah, you'd be able to find that here.
So It grants a complete understanding of any written or spoken language, even one that the wearer has never encountered before, such as or as the comprehend languages spell, as well as giving a +5 competence bonus on knowledge history. And once every 5 days, the wearer can invoke a legend lore spell related to a subject that she has been studying in the previous week. If
How
they have
is
a
your knowledge history?
pretty sure it's really good.
I think
Is
so.
on the. Oh, my knowledge history actually is not very good.
But what's
I would-
the spell category, or excuse me, the enchantment category? Is that enchantment or
Conjuration.
conjuration? Well, if
It's
you can't find
8,700.
that top hat, you could probably find that most likely at the Griffin Market or the Battered Street Bazaar. Yeah, so that's more or less a question of just going there. Not an issue.
Probably not going to do that right now. Just hard turning outside of this place, but when it comes up,
Yeah, no problem. So, with
We're
the
heading back.
money distributed, the floor money distributed, you were able to make your way out of City Hall and back into Imperial Square.
I think we got the direction we were looking for. Because we can meet back up with Axios and company back at the library of thought.
then like a good
Right.
idea.
Okay.
Well, let's get to it then.
So, Daxius, did you tell Natari and your crew to meet up with you at the Library of Thought?
No, Natari just stood up and started directing them to look for the book.
Yep, so they did not go there.
Nope, absolutely not. They're probably back at Bannerhome.
Oh, yeah. Almost certainly.
I just sighed to myself. I was like, I need to lift them into shape. We need to. Fuck, I don't even care about all this bullshit. This was supposed to be a fucking side project. God damn it. Just fucking pick up bottle as I walk back to the Library of Thought.
Why did I take this feat?
Yeah, why did you take that feat?
I had ideas, man.
Anyways.
Level 7. Level 8.
You're able to meet up back at the Library of Thought. No problem. It's like 2:30 at the latest. You definitely still have more time in this day.
I go see a dentist. It's 2:30.
Fine,
Thanks.
it's hot dry. Is that better?
At least Joel laughed.
It
Do
was
not encourage him. He does not need encouragement.
Okay.
Somebody's got to fill in for Gorgamish.
Yeah.
This is true. I'm shocked that we have not yet got a
Right.
message in chat from him.
I think he's working.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the whole reason he left.
Right.
Womp
That was
womp.
fun. Anywho.
Well, maybe you'll hear us talking about him and start sending stuff.
Ears will
Anywho.
burn.
Daxius, you definitely get there first. And then the other three, you end up showing up a little later because you have to walk a longer distance. But either way, you end up wandering in. The Daxius is probably already about halfway through a beer. And
Sven takes a detour. I'll be right back.
And Sven hard left turns to go use the latrine behind the building. So,
I am
Right.
fighting every instinct not to drink, but then I eventually cave and buy a drink, and that's when they walk in, and I just shit with the full drink in my hand now.
Damn it.
well, thankfully it's beer and not liquor.
Fair enough.
Baby
just gonna-
steps. Baby steps.
Yeah, I know. I know we've. No, never mind. It's a dumb joke. So, any luck?
No. Other people are looking for it too. Apparently, a lot of people. Apparently,
Are you sure it's not just your compatriots asking around?
No, because they specifically said that not only Patriots asked the questions, but a bunch of other people did too. Over a period of time, I assume.
He never
God.
got any clarification. It 100% could be just his own people.
Well, the one guy did word it as I'm going to tell you what she said and what everyone else said. So I
And with the
assume
others
that
before who came to ask me, yes.
yes. So other people are looking for it, and it seems like people that I talk to are getting tired of being asked questions.
Yes, I'm not quite certain I've committed all their faces to memory, but I'm pretty sure I saw at least one or two walking back towards Bannerhome when we were coming this direction, so
Oh, you did?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't remember all of them.
Fair.
But
Yeah.
we were a bit more lucky, I suppose.
Oh.
Garrett Chan didn't have any idea where the book would have been if, well, he didn't know for sure, I should say. But based on his best guess and, a safe assumption based on the situation, he's guessing that it was sold to Barvasi.
Well, he was working for Barvasi.
No, he
So they
worked
didn't
for.
buy it, they just took it.
I had that thought, but I passed it off. Figured a book this expensive, you might want to sell it off. I did forget that he worked for Barvasi.
Sven walks in. Perfect timing. The cat in the background.
Well,
Sven walks in.
Howdy.
Ugh. Let me tell you, the trains around here really could use some work. It's a nice place, but the latrines.
It's a nice place, he says. Fuck you.
Sven smiles widely.
Are you sure that was a latrine? The size of the houses around here that may have just been someone's residence.
Probably was, actually.
What's the
Actually,
difference?
some of them actually, yeah, sometimes there is no difference.
poverty.
I'm not going to say which ones, but one of my followers I did find living in a latrine. So
It's funny because we're punching down.
Yeah, see, we're rich.
Moving
So
right on, moving right past that.
what are the poor people gonna do? Fight us?
Jesus Christ.
yeah,
right.
right.
They already tried that once before and it didn't end so well.
Ready for round 2, bitches?
Daxius, of all of us here, I'm assuming you're the only person who would be able to point us in the right direction. Think you could find some way to set up a meeting?
You see, normally, yes. However, if you recall what I told you before about me and Barvasi's band, I don't know if
Sorry, I object.
I don't know if I'm the right person to set up that meeting, but I can try.
At the very least,
I
we'll
can
need.
probably.
If you can point us in the right direction, I'm sure one of us can speak with them directly if that's necessary.
Give me an hour to find a location, and then yeah.
Cool.
But I don't know a location now because they used to work for the Breakwaters, and when I left, that whole coup thing was happening. I don't know where they currently are now, so I have to go figure that out. Actually, I did have a thought to ask this person, but I don't think they would. I didn't because I didn't think they'd know where the book was. But the guy I have at Bannerhome probably knows where they're holed up.
I mean, it is an
William.
option. If nothing but for no other reason than practical, though, I kind of prefer not to have to walk all the way across the city and back again.
Valid. Would you rather that or me run around for an hour?
Well, I
You
suppose we
could-
can head back to Bannerhome.
I mean, if you got shopping or something to do, you can feel free to kill some time while I'm doing this.
Not really. What about the rest of you? Anything we need to take care of?
Just, following up on those leads.
The Bannerhome, then.
You know, I'm looking at the magic rings, and I bet if we pulled together all our resources, we could afford a ring of three wishes.
Good luck finding
Got
that.
like,
Yeah, A,
I'm glad-
finding that, and B,
I got,
me letting you have it.
Yeah, glad
That
we're all
too.
I got
paying
like
attention and
2,500 gold.
staying on the same page here.
Holy shit.
So
That's
only
expensive.
a few thousand short.
Only.
All right, so we're going back to Bannerhome.
Yeah, gonna
There's
talk to the prisoner, William.
There's no possible way that we could get that much money.
No.
Not right now.
So
Unless we did a heist. No.
you guys end up walking back through to Bannerhome. And as you end up getting there about half an hour later, you walk in and actually see Natari and the others in the group sitting at a table with Cyrus standing and kind of like talking to each one of them about like something, and they're listening to him pretty intently, I suppose.
Oh no.
Which, for I guess Natari is a bit unusual. The others not as much. As you get close, you hear the conversation being like, "Give me a day and I should be able to find something like this, but well, now we're working against the clock."
You just stand back and listen for a second.
He does notice you and says,
I'm sure.
"So, let's regroup. I hear that you're looking for something from some individuals."
Yeah,
That,
just wanted to talk to the guy I brought in downstairs,
all right, yes.
Or two.
William.
Yes, that's it. You go ahead and do that. Something tells me that if my guess is right. Actually, I'll wait for his answer before doing anything else.
Oddly cryptic, but alright. Well, not cryptic, but
Well, if
whatever.
I
I
say
need
that
help.
he gives you answer, it won't matter.
Fair enough. I just turn right around and head right back down to the makeshift dungeon, but not really dungeon, just a locked door.
Yeah, in the basement.
Yeah.
You open it, and I mean, he's still there.
I will say I'm going in the Kitsune form.
He does look up at you. He's like reading something paperback, something relatively cheap. What the fuck else are you gonna do? And he's like, "Oh, you're back."
It's, I was hoping you could answer a quick question of mine. It's a little bit of an errand that you might be able to help with.
Right.
I need to set up a meeting with Barvasi's band. regarding an item that might be in their possession.
It ain't something, you know, magic like, is it?
Yeah,
What exactly?
save lives.
No, I'm saying why meet him now?
Because we found it's on our to-do list, really. Being straight and honest with you. I don't want to meet with him, but
Well, considering I'm thinking a lot of the people that, you know, left Greeley to his fate probably went back there, I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of them went to ground.
do you have any idea where, like, I know these kind of groups. You probably have a rendezvous point, so to speak, for situations like this.
It really depends. Something smaller, might meet outside the city. If it's something bigger, ain't nobody meeting anywhere.
Can you give specifics?
So if you're looking for what I'm thinking you're looking for, this, oh, what'd that jackass bring in? Stole it from them people over there. That
You did
fucking
see it.
house. Why? That's what he's hired for. Well, not exactly hired for it, more along the lines of did it anyway so that he could, you know, get some money to buy drugs. Ended up dead.
Yeah.
But, I think I remember them saying that he couldn't sell the one and, you know, kind of ended up corpse and they ended up getting control of it. Book. Really creepy
Yeah.
one. Yeah, nobody liked touching that thing. That thing's evil, man.
I have no doubt, but that's exactly why we need to get it.
My guess is they're probably going to try and get rid of it.
You think they could have already?
I don't know. There's something that happened?
Shiver is no longer being sold on the open.
Well,
That
yeah,
is a
right.
problem.
You took Greeley, he's probably dead now, right? I was sort of there for that one, yeah.
Yeah. Greeley is in jail currently.
It's generous.
Well, when you think about the jails in the city here,
He won't see the
not
animal.
really.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And the cult?
The cult, it's been disbanded. The people that were part of it scattered. Their idol was desecrated. And their
Wow.
leader is currently in hiding.
And I'm gonna assume that this didn't go real quiet like, did it?
No, currently the hideout that you were staged up in is owned by the guard now.
Oh, well then yeah, they definitely tried to fucking hawk it. If he was connected with them, there's no fucking way they were gonna keep their hands on it. Oh.
Well, if theoretically they did have it, and they had the right offer, be willing to buy it.
Probably. I don't know.
All I need is
They're gonna end up trying
a
to sell
lead.
it to a bookseller, I know that. I just don't know who.
Do you have frequent buyers?
Stuff like that? Honestly, it's kind of whoever. We usually start in the night market because they're mostly low-time people and nobody really asks questions if anybody gets their hands on anything there. It's high dollar, or if it's, you know, touchy, might go to one of the actually established ones, or Maybe we'll go to somebody over in one of the nicer markets. They always put up a nice front of like, oh, everything here is up above the board, but come on, they buy shit just like everyone else.
Oh, I assume so.
What I would probably do is try to find somebody that was, still in the gang when that happened. And to do that, you're gonna have to probably put out feelers. That's my suggestion.
This is a Joel question. What is a feeler?
Basically, they're going to put out soft questions about like, hey, we're interested in meeting somebody, trying to spread the word around that you're interested in meeting somebody or buying something on the DL.
Okay. Learn something every day. Right. And you have no idea where, if I wanted to get in contact with someone, where they would be currently in a situation like this. Any.
Well, considering if you smash the cult and already know that Greeley went down, I wouldn't be shocked if just everybody scattered. I think that might be the end of it. I always thought Barvasi was kind of dead already. Somebody was just sort of sending out orders with his name written on them, but never had any proof of that. You're probably going to want to try and find an information broker, something like that. And, I probably wouldn't want any of you doing it, because, no offense, not subtle, and, you're a known object now.
Yeah, I've level with you. I've been trying to do this the official way. And it fucking blows. I hate it. I hate every part of it. It's completely inefficient. But me and my posse like to act as a group, and we've been doing this as a group together, and I think it's time to go back to a little bit of the more discreet side of things.
Right.
Thank you for your help.
So I got...
How are you, no one's harassed you, no one's tried to do anything to you?
Not
Comfortable.
really, I think most people have forgotten about me.
It's not so bad, a certain point of view.
Could end up like Greeley. Probably gonna get shanked and, trussed up like he's, done hang himself by the end of the month. So,
Sit tight. You might be out of here soon.
What?
Sit tight. You may be out of here soon.
No, he said alright.
That's right. Now stand up and I guess there's not much else to say.
Mm-hmm. The rest of you sit with Natari and her group. She bitches a lot about, like the people that she spoke to, but it seems to be kind of like low level. I just want to do this is dumb horse shit kind of bitching as opposed to actually being upset about anything. Daxis is downstairs, out of sight for maybe 15 minutes at absolute most before he comes back.
Well, I didn't get a location,
Good.
but word vomit, and I tell you everything.
Well, that dovetails very nicely with what I was going to say. I can do that exactly. And the man downstairs is most likely correct. I can handle this, but it will take some time. I would cover this time, and hopefully this time tomorrow we'll be able to meet with somebody who can tell us something more.
May I be able to assist you with that? I might be able to expedite the process. I have some ex-contacts who haven't seen me in a while, but they might be open to new discussions.
And would these people be familiar with your face and associate them with what has just happened down today?
Well, considering I change my face every fucking day, and I haven't used my Daxia's face at all for this, probably not.
Alright, fair enough. Sure. Otherwise, take a little time. Nothing's going to happen between now and then. Enjoy it.
Huh. May as well try.
And he stands and starts going for the door.
I follow. Just at 180. Finger guns.
Yeah.
See you when I see you.
All right. Well, it's some things I wanted to look into, I suppose, while we're waiting around. Not something you all need to be in attendance for if you have another business to take care of.
I don't
I
suppose
suppose-
pressing.
I suppose I could do some shopping.
Are you saying that you would like company, or that you would prefer not to have company?
You're more than welcome to join, but just questions for that I'm not necessarily certain I'll be able to find any answers for. Mostly just want to look around to see if that Moglathar name means anything, or if it was something invented by the cult, and maybe see if I can find anything about this sort of ancient elvish ritual magic.
What was the
Right.
name of Myra's partner?
Nahum Caligaro, the man who's on the other side.
Caligaro. All right. Yeah, I suppose my brain and the two sound very similar.
Well, I guess the two are interlinked.
Curious. Bit of a silence falls over the party. Well, I suppose I could get to shopping if you have no need of us. And make myself busy to be sitting around and drinking in the bar for the 12th day in a row.
They're
Only
not counting
12.
days on the ship.
I do enjoy being a consumer sometimes.
It's nice. The other business, I suppose if it's not too pressing, are these scrolls that we happened across. It's possible that I could make them work, but not very likely. And it would require additional preparation that I don't think is quite as cost effective as finding someone who's more familiar with the lesser planar ally. I hope that is sufficient to call whatever you want to call it.
Yes, my expertise isn't quite on those scrolls, so I'll trust your judgment.
Well, it's more Sven's call than anything. I mean, I don't think we can exactly afford to temporally stasis you until such a thing becomes aligned, so maybe better
Depends
to...
How expensive is it to temporarily stasis them?
Oh, like 25,000 gold or so. It's a very nice ruby. Goes into it.
I have almost
also-
that much.
It would be something an archmage would be probably required for.
I don't know. A lot of this goes over my head. I really have to defer judgment to you. What you think is best. I don't understand these planar things very well.
Well, to be honest, Sven, I don't understand it totally myself, but there is a clock ticking, whether or not it feels like it. So it's just I don't want to see things get worse, and well, I don't want anything to happen while one of us isn't there to at least
Right.
I'd rather
I-
nothing happened at all. Actually,
Right. Sooner rather than later, but do we have more pressing things to do? No, like dealing with the what was his name again? Michael.
but I'm not sure exactly, but
The person with the dimension.
Nahum.
yes.
Nahum.
Jesus fucking Christ, Michael?
Nathan.
Jeffrey?
Well, what's his last name? It's basically Michael.
No.
It's Nahum Caligaro.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Michael.
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Here's your Ellis Island stamp.
He invaded the dream
That
world.
last
wrote
name
Smooth
that
Criminal.
sounds like something Italian to me. All right, you're good.
Yeah.
Get on
I-
out of here.
I think
Yeah,
that
it makes the thriller the thriller music video make a lot more sense now that I know it's in the dream world.
yeah. I think that perhaps these things should be saved for when we have. Well, we don't know what will happen. I could be out of commission for weeks afterwards. I could never regain my feet again. I could honestly just become a normal, helpless little thing again. I don't know. I'd rather deal with what we have to now and not risk. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's ultimately up to you. I'm not going to force you to do anything.
Hey.
Nor do I think it would be relevant to the current process of just, well,
I think we
coming
should
to
deal
terms,
with
I
this.
suppose.
I think we should deal with this person first.
Right.
This Michael.
Still not Michael.
Right.
Oh, right, my bad. It was like no Michael?
Sure.
No
Well-
Michael? Something like that.
Anyways,
But any other
Thank you, God.
preparations I suppose we have to see to. I'll do my best to address. So,
I have a couple, few more people to find. As far as being able to actually complete the ritual. So,
alright. So, Daxius are going with Cyrus. Sven, you're going shopping. Is it somebody accompanying him in that?
Vernix can. Sven speaks up,
Sure.
and Grugavesh, you can come with. Oh, right. Vernix, do you want to come with?
sure. Let's see if they have anything on sale.
We'll see if they have those. What were they called? Twizzlers that you like? We'll stop by the candy shop. Or the red
Okay.
sticks.
Yes.
see if they got any
the,
four
the
loco.
crunchy red sticks that you use as straws.
No, Vic. 4 loco hasn't been invented yet. We're still on 2 loco.
Jesus fucking Christ.
0.5 local.
Vic, what are you doing?
A little crazy. Only a little crazy.
Nick's going to be looking around in the library of Vanderhome for a while, and maybe would go down looking at some of the other libraries if it's unable to find anything, but probably just staying at Vanderhome for now.
All right, go ahead and give
Man.
me a knowledge history. Daxius, give me a knowledge local.
I need to contact their marketing department. The idea of like a half-strength 4 loco being called a 2 loco? Oh, that's a gold mine waiting to happen.
Fair point.
Vic, I think you, based on that roll, kind of.
I can guess.
Daxius, you're able to work with Cyrus as he goes about not just Bridgefront, but Old Lunabrook, Highland Terrace, and parts of Center City, meeting with certain people, and you kind of see the way that he handles a lot of this information gathering. And I would say that the two of you probably could not be more dissimilar in a lot of ways. He is significantly more schmoozy. He is very pleasant. He is, usually flattering. He offers up money. It very much is a, I'll do this for you if you do this for me. And is with a decent amount of people, he doesn't even need to pay because he simply flatters them enough that they want to do it for him. With your knowledge, you're able to help him track down certain people, especially in Bridgefront and Old Lunabrooks, in the Old Docks area. Certain individuals who might be connected, such as old fences that you once knew, or people that once provided weaponry or other gear to the gang, the Breakwaters, before Barvasi had suffered his palace coup. And once again, he's able to kind of lead you through these. Do you want to try and make an attempt? Because this is going to take about 2 hours.
Oh, I was expecting it to take longer, to be honest.
Well, he's able to cut through a lot of bullshit. He doesn't find nearly as much, you think, especially after the first couple of times of, oh, these sons of bitches are going to fight us, and then he's just, really flattering, really, just charming in a certain way. And you watch as a lot of them sort of just, okay, give me 10 gold and I'll see what I can find. I can put out information saying that there are people looking to find individuals from Barvasi's group. And things start going a lot quicker than you expect them to. So by the near the end of the 2-hour mark, he does give you an opportunity to try and more or less attempt what he's been doing. Because you definitely get the idea that he's kind of teaching you in a certain way.
Just, how do you have the fucking patience for this? That is the most genuine way I can pose this. I don't like any of these people that we're talking
You
to.
don't have to like them. That's the fun part. In 10 minutes, you stop seeing them again.
When you look at it like that. Huh. Alright. Well, where are we at now?
At this point, you're probably going into Highland Terrace.
Okay.
Probably near the markets, the wet market.
Terrace.
North and
Oh, there we are.
yeah, north and east of Bridgefront.
Yeah. Like a market or something, or where are we?
Yeah, over at the Green Dragon wet market.
Okay.
The person that you're meeting here is somebody who used to. They're cleaner. They're the person that comes in and disposes of things.
Right. I'll walk up to them and I'll just lean on the counter. Hi. How are you today? You look wonderful. I love your hat.
Okay. I'm definitely
Yeah,
going with the rule that, as you role play things out, you do have the
Yeah.
choice of either doing like a role playing it out or simply rolling it flat.
I kind of just want to
Persuasion
roleplay
or
this
bluff.
one.
Okay. All right. The man, you sort of recognize him. Like, you think you might have saw him one point. He's half orc. He's pretty built. He's not got a lot of hair on his head. It's kind of mostly just around the sides and back. Kind of closer to human looking than orcish, and obviously he's running a butcher shop. You're pretty sure that most of what he's selling is actual, cow, pig, chicken, poultry, fish, things like that. But that business works as a very nice cover for when you're trying to get rid of other meats. He looks at you like a little bit odd and says, "Right, can I help you with something?"
Well, I guess we could start with that breast of meat there looks mighty tasty. How much for that?
Oh, it's oh, you're looking at maybe about 4 or 5 coppers a pound.
I'll take 2 pounds.
Sure.
I'll
And
give him a silver.
he turns and begins hacking away, like basically cutting steak cuts out of this this side of beef. Puts it up on the counter, wraps it in paper, weighs it, and then hands it to you in exchange for the money.
As he's going through this whole process, just like, so you get a lot of business. Business booming.
In these days, it's been pretty good. Can't really complain about anything.
It can't be enough to pay the bills, though, can it? The economy nowadays is in shambles.
Well, really depends on what comes in through the shop. Get a nice hide of beef. Can make some money on top of that. There's always something more lucrative or something less. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for something that's still, I guess, alive and willing to have a conversation.
Right.
I'm sure a lot of people come by here. I'm sure a lot of people buy and sell wares from you. And I know that being straight and clean in this city is not exactly the way to keep yourself afloat, and more often than not will sink you deeper. All I want to know is where I might be able to find a few of these people.
Well, I definitely talk to a lot of people in my line of work. People come, people go, people pay, and work gets done. If you're looking for somebody, say, specific, you can always keep that in mind. Tell me
There
who it is
was a
you're
certain
looking for and who it is looking for 'em.
well, they might be a little harder to find due to the recent news, as I'm sure you may or may not have heard. But if you would all have any knowledge of Barvasi, well, his crew,
What's left of them.
what's left of them, you see, it's a bit of a manhunt.
And
This is, I will just say, this meat is, where do you get this? Where do you source this? Do you hunt this yourself? It's exquisite. I've never seen anything like quite as so fresh.
I will say that, like, Cyrus stands back and just watches this. Like, does not
Fair.
intervene, anything like that.
Yeah, I'm assuming the meat is like probably like 4 days old or something,
It looks
like
like it's
unrefrigerated.
fine. Like, it looks like it's mostly fine. Like, it's not the best cut. It's not bad. It looks fine. He just says, mostly comes across the river.
Ah, that
Either way,
explains it.
look. Hand me a fiver and I'll see what I can find out. See if anybody still comes through here.
Well, and I call out a little louder. You have yourself a deal, and I'll put down like one silver for the meats. What a steal! And I slide forward, hidden in the silver, 6 gold.
Okay. He takes it and he's like, alright, well, that order can be placed and I can see what I can source for you. If anything comes up, where should I be making the delivery?
Oh, shit. Where did Cyrus say where he would want that?
He seems to want it directed to he gives sort of a name and tells people to have it delivered to the Oaken Barrel. If there's like any actual knowledge.
Find jewels at the Oaken Barrel.
Alright, sounds good. He'll be there to take delivery and give it a day.
Works for me. Thank you for your business and have an excellent day.
You too. He just
Immediately turn away.
like puts his, like the rag over his shoulder and like just turns away. Cyrus like turns and like joins you as you go. A little strong there, but we'll get there.
I need alcohol. Please tell me you have some.
No.
I hate just that small talk, sizing people up, having to make their day a little better. I don't fucking care.
That's the fun part. You don't need to. They believe you, they believe you. They don't believe you, who fucking cares? There are always other ways to find things out. Sometimes the direct route, sometimes the violent route, sometimes the magical manipulation route. So,
I try to avoid the magical part. It only ends up causing more fucking problems.
depends on the application.
Yeah.
Either
It's
way,
useful.
I think that about covers everything. It is going to take a little time. That's how these things sort of go.
Oh, I know. It's just out of practice.
We'll work on things. I can definitely tell you're not a people person.
Yeah, I guess my time with Atari is rubbed off on me.
Perhaps. Either way, let's get back. It's been a long fucking day. Things haven't been accomplished. Let's try and enjoy what has happened.
You see, you keep saying that, but I don't think I can, really, even if I tried. It's been a lot, and I just want it to be done, and I don't feel like I can celebrate until then. I'll try. We'll see.
Well, the fun part
I'll at
is
least drink.
we're simply going listen to some music, see some performance, eat, drink, be merry, and have a decent night.
Have you seen Vic? Try getting him to be merry. I've tried. He's terrifying.
I have my ways.
Oh,
He
good
once-
fucking luck.
He once
Oh.
smiled. I think 3 children died.
See, I have the way of making an entire fucking inn burst into uncontrollable laughter. It's usually not always something you can control who gets affected by it, but it's always fun for a trick.
Have fun showing off at the bar.
Oh, I wouldn't be so cruel as to make everybody suffer that. As for when you want to fuck up somebody's day. Or get away. That too. Not a lot of people can run when they're healing over with laughter.
It's a fair point. I should make a spell for that.
I'm sure they
I
have.
think that would be hideous.
I don't think it'll affect as nearly as many people as mine does. And mine cuts to the bone. So let's go back. Call the day a day, be done with it.
All right.
Fucking Christ, Barry.
My message.
Yeah. Fucking Christ. So, there you're able to accomplish the shopping that you want to do. You can have, your nice little montage with Material World playing in the background. This little
All right.
80s montage.
I'm gonna buy that ring. I'm going to buy a potion of Eagle's Splendor. And I'm gonna buy a potion of haste.
Alright. Everything's available. Quick price. No problem.
And also a potion of invisibility.
Same. No problem.
Okay. Now I need to add this stuff to my sheet. But that's me.
Yeah.
Alright. Eventually,
I'm gonna
though.
probably.
Oh, you was gonna say, Fernix, do you do any shopping while you're out?
Yeah, I was like, I think probably just for crafting materials.
Okay. Etor does
Then
come
just sit
back
down
with
and-
the jewel, by the way, after eventually.
Oh,
Just
good. There you
holding
are.
it up like.
Thank you.
Very proud of himself.
Put that into my cloak pocket. Although they're kind of a little bit. They're kind of roomy. I suppose it might fit.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see where my my totals for those were anyway. Well, anyhow, I was like, I'll make the checks for those once I figure out what the hell I'm even gonna. Oh yeah, free movement would be good to save. Keep in the back pocket. So I'll probably sit down and do that. Which I think is a spellcraft roll. And I get a bonus on that. Which I think is already in there. Oh no, that's for craft checks. Right. So yeah, as long as it's not a 1, I'm pretty sure. I think it's only a 10 plus caster level check.
Okay. What did you need to? Sorry. You're identifying something.
No, I'm taking freedom of movement and I'm stuffing it into a scroll.
Oh yeah, no problem. I think freedom of movement
Yep.
is like. Oh, maybe.
4 by 8 by the base scroll cost, which I think is 10.
Oh,
There might be 5.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. The 22. Yeah, I think you're good.
All right, 25.
Even if not, I'm not worried about it.
Alright, I just casually dropped 10,000 gold.
Yes, as adventurers do. I don't even have half that much. My fucking pocket.
We will be taking a break, like as you reconvene.
Okay.
Yep.
No worries.
Otherwise, you're I don't think any of you are like looking for anything like shopping wise that you can't find pretty easily. This is a big fucking city. Basically, anything under 25,000 gold is guaranteed to be here. Up to 100 is like definitely possible, just at a decreasing scale as you go higher. Beyond that, there's okay. Is that the shopping list?
I think
Sounds
so.
like a yes.
Sure.
All right. Then we have
Hey, do we level up?
No.
Honestly, I mean, we did do something pretty fucking big. This was a big story arc.
Not big enough yet, I don't think. We still have to deal with that
Who says
fucking guy
this-
in
the
the
arc
other.
is
with
over?
the-
Dealt with it.
Yeah,
That's
it's not-
true.
Not really that close to being over.
So,
That's true, I guess.
probably closer to 5 or 6 in the evening, everybody's able to reconvene back at Bannerhelm. Feeling somewhat successful in the things that they did, maybe not so successful in other things. Thankfully, you'll have some quiet time. I know that there was stuff that like people wanted to do, and there will be other stuff that I have to distribute / hand out or allow you to explore after a nice little break. So,
Ready.
we'll catch everybody after that. See you all then.
See you in a bit.
Goodbye.
And we're back. So, everyone was finally reconvening back at Bannerhelm. It was sometime between 5 and 6 in the evening. It's definitely been a quieter day since you guys got through the Colt's mansion and saw Garugamesh off. As you guys get back together, I'm assuming the Daxias and Cyrus are the last to return. I figure you guys are just kind of congregating in the common room, waiting for everybody to return.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
quite enough. I can probably finish that scroll up and
Sven sits down at the table and he doesn't say anything but he kind of like sits down, looking at his hand, which has a new ring on it. You know, being very obvious. Like, ask me about this, but you know, he's not actually saying anything. Like,
I love it.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Like we all see it, but we all each individually refuse to engage.
by the way, we can wear 2 rings, right?
One on each hand.
yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm so good. I'm so
one
good.
on each.
Well, technically three.
Well, I guess you could do 2 on
With
the same
the-
hand if you
with-
want.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you take the Hand of Glory, you can wear 3, but it takes up your
Oh. So technically 4.
Also, there's that one belt
Not
that lets you wear rings on your toes. So you can have like
Yeah, the meridian
5,
belt.
I guess.
I understand it's a balance thing, but it doesn't make sense why only 1 per hand.
It's straight up.
I
just
get
for
it.
balance.
Yeah, no.
You're saying you have a party with a ring that has like 2 rings on each fucking finger? Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
If it doesn't require attunement, which I don't think really any rings do, you can just like swap them.
Hot swap.
Ring of sustenance
Thing I-
requires
Oh
ring
yeah,
of
that
sustenance
one.
is a week.
Yeah.
Save you from exploiting that one, but you know you could also just build a ring of sustenance into a different ring, like the ring of deflection, and yeah, there you go.
How long have I been wearing my ring of sustenance? By the way, I do not remember.
I have
When
no
I started
idea,
ringing that.
so
Where did we get that from?
I don't know, where did you
Didn't
get that
Gurg-
from?
Didn't Gilgamesh buy that for you in Innsbruck?
Maybe.
Which ring was it? I didn't hear.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Ring
Who
of
bought me
sustenance.
it? I don't recognize that name.
Yeah, who's that? Who did you just say?
Anyways,
I was gonna say Gilgamesh.
while while Sven is doing his like little performance, You actually see the Minotaur, the one that's been managing the bar, kind of like walk around the counter, come over, and just drop two unopened letters down in front of you. Thought I recognized that name. Turns around and goes back to the bar. I am going to make 2 letters available to you, Daxius.
Oh, I was not prepared for that. Sorry. Which ones?
Did I share the right one?
There's a lot of journals.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to figure out, because something moved and I'm like, oh right,
There
no,
were
never mind.
questions and answers.
No, it'll be under player
Oh,
documents,
it's
and it
changed.
will be first letter to Chara.
Can we organize these better?
They are in alphabetical
No.
order.
Well, I meant like subfolders. Like, this is the Innsbruck ones. This is the stuff related to Siren.
You can do that. Just hand me the breakdown of what's like things you want, what like subfolders, and what you think belongs there. The second one is letter to Daxius from Cyrus.
Okay. The whims at once. Continue. I will be reading this for a minute.
Well, we have spread our seeds far and wide. It will take a little time before we get any kind of a response. So I would enjoy yourself. You have a little bit of downtime. I'm assuming that you know how to do that.
Do we
Right.
have downtime? Should we not
That
be
is-
dealing with the what was his name? Michael? New Michael, I'm sorry.
Jeffrey. Waldo.
We
We have to deal with what, Noya? Night? The name is too hard.
It's 2 syllables.
will.
Nuya Mihikara.
What is he talking about, and why is he having a stroke?
He's talking about Nahum Caligaro.
Oh.
I believe.
Well, you see, and he turns to you. That is
Name-
why we are doing this now. We must track down the person who has the book. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, but don't we know where to go?
Ben.
No.
The whole time, my friend.
What about that
so-
door?
What door?
Door.
The door that I think it was Daxius who opened and he saw the fates of us and whatnot.
You're muted.
He's muted.
I peer up from my letters. Sorry, what's going on?
The one where the door that you opened and it showed like dates that people would die and that stuff. No,
We've seen a lot of visions recently. Like, was this new? Was so?
it was on our way out. Right,
referring to
right
the-
before we left.
The closet full of corpses.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Anything
I was
about that.
busy puking, to be honest. I'm honestly, Joel and Daxius, struggling to remember that scene.
The vision was effectively showing us the times and causes of death of the victims who were stored in that room, with the one being
Yeah.
unique in that it seemed as though his soul was still attached to the body in some respect.
I remember
I
that.
don't believe it had anything to do
nothing,
with us specifically.
Yeah, that's where I was confused. I don't remember seeing anything about us dying.
So what we're
No,
currently
you saw
waiting
Sven.
Did we?
I'm pretty sure you saw Sven because that's where I was like, close the door, close the door.
Oh.
No, that was the corpses in the closet. And no, none of them were you. None of them were any of you.
I thought I remember hearing.
No, they were real bodies. They weren't an illusion.
Never mind. My ideas were getting ahead of me. I was wondering out
happens.
loud, but I don't know.
There's a lot to
It's-
wonder about.
The internet died.
Nobody
Oh,
acknowledged
there I
land.
died.
Nobody acknowledged land.
I
Hey,
hear
Lamb.
you. Yeah, my internet died. I don't know what I missed.
No, he didn't.
What did you
We
hear
heard you and
last?
saw you.
I mean, they were mostly just bullshitting with one another for a little while.
Yeah.
It just went silent
we-
and everybody froze. I assume you guys could still hear me complaining about my internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just me having a. I assume it was some sort of schizophrenic break.
Yeah.
Right.
He
What are we
confused the
waiting for?
visions
Is,
in the well with the corpses in the
Yeah.
closet. That's literally it.
Gotta wait till any sort of word gets back from the feelers, Odaxius and Cyrus were putting out.
I feel like if worst case scenario, a key that we have which is so powerful in magic, there should be a way to figure out where the key goes. Maybe attune to it, or I
That's the
don't.
purpose. That is literally what the book does.
But I'm saying perhaps we could use the key to find its partners. Maybe it calls to them in some way, and we can. I don't know much of magic, but it sounds like something this powerful might be able to be used to find its kin. No, through
Yep.
divination.
It's possible. Depends on how close the connection is between them and it.
I sort of necessarily know that the book is magical in and of itself.
Well, it's sort of like if you have someone's hair, with the right magic, you can find the person it belonged to. If you, even with weapons, a legendary weapon wielded by somebody, if it's wielded long enough, it becomes, in a way, tied to them by fate or by history, and that history and fate can be looked into with magic to use one to find the other.
Would be a good thread to pull on if we have evidence of a more solid connection between the two.
Perhaps, but I am not a diviner. I've only heard stories of these things.
I just worry about poking a hornet's nest when we're already eyeing one up.
It's best to strike when the anvil is hot. When the iron is hot, I mean.
Hmm.
Keep up
Yes,
this
well-
pressure, as they would say.
Some people don't appreciate getting poked with a hot poker.
That's not what I mean. You see, the analogy actually is...
We were just going to wait. Just give it
Mhm.
time. Calm yourself. To force things can often make things much worse.
Right.
We don't...
Uh,
Sven looks torn. I don't want to wait. We have to do it before we look into my thing. I don't want to
Why
just
is
sit
that?
around. Because if we do my thing, we don't know what will happen. I might not be able to help you.
Do you feel comfortable enough to
Might.
keep a lid on things for a day or two?
How long are we waiting?
At least until I hear about something tomorrow.
Fine.
Sven, if you need blood, you can
But-
just take a chunk out of me.
But
I don't get in melee combat anyway.
I don't want to be waiting weeks.
I do not think this
Weeks
is
was
going
not
to
on the
take
table.
weeks.
Yes.
We're taking a breather for the night.
Fine.
So yes, going to get
Let's.
a drink and eat and see a show is not going to fucking kill anybody.
While we are discussing, I can read through the lines on the letter, but just in case, invisible ink has like it just says like a DC 20, but it doesn't say what. Oh, craft alchemy. It says actually. I just found it. I don't. I mean, fuck. I don't know alchemy.
I mean,
I don't know.
they're already writing in code, which is what you add.
Right. I did, but I also mentioned invisible ink as well, so I wasn't sure. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they didn't. I just wanted to like be sure.
Yeah.
I will pull out a bag though, and well, how is everyone's pockets right now? Are they deep?
Oh.
What do you need?
Not especially.
Here, I pull out a fine leather sack that has some gold embroidery on it that I clearly do not own and you've never seen me have before, and I just let's see. Here, I toss you like 25 platinum to each of you.
He frowns.
Thank you.
Nexus, I thought that you struggled with money. What is this for?
Just a little donation from a fucking fool.
Dexys, I'm going to have to ask a little more than that.
I didn't steal it, if that's what you're wondering. I got it in
That
the
is
mail.
what I'm wondering. Yes? You got it in somebody else's mail?
I got it in my mail. It was a letter delivered to me. The money is for me. I technically didn't steal it. I might have lied a little bit to get it, but you know, not especially. It wasn't entirely a lie. My money situation until recently hasn't been great. But
Alright.
that is from the lens of an adventurer as well, so. I am happy to say that I am now on the same level as all of you, so. I no
What do you
longer have
mean
any-
by that?
I just got 500 platinum.
It's not bad.
Oh,
It's very good. 5,000
Fantastic.
gold.
You're still poor, though. This ring, for example, he holds up his ring. I just got for 8,500 gold.
Uh-huh.
not very nice.
And I think back onto what I did with Cyrus earlier today. I just put on like, what does it do?
Oh, I'm glad that you asked. He looks to the table. Nobody asked him.
We're all just collectively picking up our plates and walking away.
Yeah.
This is
Wait.
just practice for me.
The kind not bartender. The kind shopkeep, he showed me around to a few of his toys.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that sounds wrong.
Yeah.
He showed me a few items
Mm-hmm.
that I feel like you're not actually listening.
No, I'm.
Mhm.
The
Daxius,
shopkeeper was showing you his toys. Yeah.
Daxius, tell me something in a language you know I won't understand. Get it out of your system.
I'm going to
Yes.
speak in Late Botanian, a language that has literally never came up once.
What do you say?
You smell like shit every fucking day. I know you bath, but the smell that comes from cat folks is... I have a pretty bad metaphor, but yours, it's like something seeped fucking into it, man. You need to fucking get it checked. Alright, I go back to comment. How is that?
He frowns and he says, "That's quite true. I use a wand of prestidigitation to get rid of the smell quite often. I bath? I don't... Maybe it's the armor. Is it really that stinky? I thought I smelled normal. A lot of ladies seem to like it."
Some
Whoa.
ladies are into that. You speak Late Botanian?
No. He holds up the ring.
Of course, the ring.
It's quite a useful tool. I can understand anything you say, no matter what you speak it in. I also... It helps with some of my memory. It's quite a useful
that's
little tool.
Actually, that is actually kind of cool. I have to admit that.
It costs a pretty penny, but I figure, you know, all of you have your little tools. You have your hat of disguise. It seems like maybe a good signature item for me for now. It'll help me understand some of the stories written in different languages.
It'll also be very useful on our travels.
Yeah, he sadly cannot speak, but, I mean, charades can sometimes get you halfway there.
Well, we can interpret
More or
it
less.
if we can.
In
Well,
any
on
case-
another note, does anyone have any interest in the goings on in Innsbruck?
not really. I still go and put my dinner away.
Well,
No.
I would like to hear about it, sure.
Alright, let me just, as Joel, kind of reread things again. The, as far as I'm able to tell, the vampires have been chased out.
Oh,
The guards have actually done their jobs for once. Dealt with things, although the main big bad that probably inhabited that space wasn't found, so
good question as to how long they're out for then.
until they find a new place to hole up. My guess is they're probably off to Ravensburg for now, until they find a new place, because, well, it's a vampire hub, it's not exactly a secret.
Right. Well, it's still not bad news, certainly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say we're in the clear to go back, but we weren't heading back anyway, so...
No, I'd rather wait a little bit longer just to be more careful.
Yeah, same here.
By the way, I just remembered. Do you mind if I have the key for a moment?
Are you going to eat it?
The key? No.
Take it out of the bag of holding and just set it on the table.
Alright, Gray. So, I pick up the key. Is the key considered at hand? Or am I in the place of it?
What?
What?
So,
If
it
you're
was a
trying to use words of
rhetorical...
lore, you have to
it was-
study it for a week.
Yeah. We time stop for 1 week.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Once every 5 days, Where can invoke a legend lore spell related to a subject that she has been studying in the previous week, if she has attempted a knowledge history check aided by the ring.
Yeah, so they have been studying in the previous week, not been studying for a week. I would think that earlier today has been in the...
I feel like the way you're supposed to read that is studying for more than 35 seconds. But
Well, I mean, we studied it a little bit, but
At least take an hour to study it, as opposed to, yeah, I pick it up, I look it over for 5 seconds, give me the
well,
roll.
it's not that. It's not that we looked into the ring. We had her tell us about it. We like looked it over. I didn't just like pluck it out of her hand and start casting it. Right? We know a good amount about the ring and the how it relates to the glowing dust. We've studied it a little bit.
The key?
Yeah.
I'm saying ring.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why I was like, what ring? What are you trying to learn? And you're trying to use what knowledge? History?
So it's the Scholar Ring has the ability to cast legend lore once every 5 days.
Okay.
Legend lore brings to your mind legends about an important person, place, or thing. If I only have a detailed information, the resulting lore is less complete and specific. If you only know rumors, the lore is even less complete. And basically, it takes longer and longer the less you know and the further away you are. But if it's like at hand or you're in the place of question for the legend lore, it takes 1d4 times 10 minutes. And it seems to imply that you get a really good amount of info about it if it's at hand or you're in the place.
What are you intending to try and learn about it?
Legends about it. So,
Sure. Give me the roll.
when completed, the divination brings legends about the person, place, or things to your mind. These may be legends that are still current, legends that have been forgotten, or even information that has never been generally known. The person, place, or thing is not of legendary importance. You gain no information. As a rule of thumb, characters who are 11th level or higher are legendary, as are the sorts of creatures they contend with, the major magic items they wield, and the places where they perform.
Got you. Give me the roll.
I don't think there is. Oh, for the casting time, right? 20 minutes. It'll take me.
Cool. So, you can obviously tell that the key itself is made of metal. It is most likely of a mixed elven and dwarven heritage, although the enchantments to it most likely do not follow that. It is old. Very fucking old. Most likely bare minimum at least 500 to 600 years old. Based on the workmanship and this spell, which I really fucking can't believe I allowed, more or less you learn that it is a very powerful focus, a psychic focus. One used in occult rituals, this one specifically meaning the creation, access, and sealing off of personal dream worlds. What you saw, or well, what Vic saw and then relayed to you, was the ritual that Caligaro did in order to create, stabilize, and enter the dream world. Although, based on the information, you're getting the idea that maybe it didn't go 100% correctly. Most likely because somebody pushed him through. As for the history of the item, you're thinking most likely mid to late Empire. You know that at that time that there was a lot of desperation among the dying empire of doing whatever they could in order to try to stabilize a decaying country. Such dangerous rituals included things like this, the ability to create your own pocket dimension in order to escape to it. It is paired not only to a book of rituals, although this seems to have been possibly modulated in some way, modified, but uses the power drawn from basically a piece of material that isn't from the material plane.
Okay. Okay. This is all very good info. Was there any more, or
No.
okay?
It says legend, not necessarily accurate information.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll be 20 minutes. So you guys vamp for a while.
We will. We'll hang from the ceiling.
I'll scoot a little closer to Phoenix and just bring up one of my letters. Hey, do you, if you have the time, you might want to visit the Ludendorffs. I heard a word from the grapevine that well, there's a Christoph Ludendorff the Younger that apparently knows a lot about magical items, and if anyone was to have heard about the arc we're looking for, it would be them.
Thank you. Well, sure, I can probably give them a look here. Maybe tomorrow.
If
Should
you
be enough
do,
time.
I am willing to join. I could at least get us in the door and begin a conversation.
Oh, sure. Yes, that would be rather helpful. I hadn't thought that there would be the need.
Well, it's up to you.
Well, sure. We can figure out the time tomorrow.
All right. Just let me know.
Will do.
And with that, I'm gonna put away the letters. I'm just pocket them for one. I'm gonna do it off camera, but the one that I got from the Chara letter, that one I'm going to burn it.
Okay.
I'm waiting 20 minutes. Before I do that, is there invisible ink? Probably not.
No. You do the old trick of hold it up to heat and try to do the old, the lemon.
The lemon juice, yeah.
Lemon juice. I'm not gonna mention a third one, but yeah.
Well, that's how you make it. You don't read it using that.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
one you
yeah.
use heat, I guess, but no.
Yeah.
Oh. No, you're right, yeah. Yeah.
Realize that there is invisible ink like in game, and that should just be activated by I think a certain type of magic, which now
Yeah.
you had
it's,
Fernix do it and nothing.
Chemical. Yeah.
Alright. One last thing, Fernix, as I put away the letters. I don't know if we want to right now, especially considering the state of the dream world, but remember the book of enhanced conjuration I lended you?
Yes, I do still have it.
There's the you get a spell from it that I was able to decipher, but it's outside of my power. My magic is much weaker than yours, but I think if anyone would be able to cast it, it's you. And it's it's a way of communicating with people long distance, and I was hoping to communicate with my followers still in Innsbruck at some point.
Oh, good. I may just be familiar with something in that range. Or if not, suppose it's not too far of a distance for an animal messenger to go to, if we can manage to locate a druid, all things else failing.
Right, of course. Well, anywhere that's possible.
Oh, sure. Yes, just let me take a look over it, and I'll let you know. I should be able to have that set tomorrow then.
Yeah, awesome.
All right.
And I just wanted to thank you for your honesty down in the after the aftermath, after we dealt with the spider. It I reflected on it, and you were right. I made a heat of the moment call that it wasn't right.
Well, I do apologize for the rudeness, but I hope it was
It's fine. I don't.
constructive.
Yeah.
I felt as though you could take it.
Oh, I've heard worse. You should see Nataria when she has a proper meltdown. It gets physically violent.
I bet. Well, let me know if there's any bruises you need gone over with.
I'm a little bruised, but I think I have the wand to cure light wounds. If you have like a light or something, take it.
Veus is just handing out free healing, you know. You don't gotta be breaking it into no wand.
Yeah, if it's free, I'll take it.
I pull out one of the obsidian stars that's still charged and go ahead and roll 46. That's how much you heal.
I do not need 46. I need like 1d8. That's all I need.
Yeah, but
Okay. If it's free, I'll take it.
this is the leftovers of the first spot of energy I channeled, so
Cool. I
in
am
case
fully healed.
anything short of a dragon attacking this town, I'll probably be able to make a dent in.
Knock on wood. Just knock on the table. I'm really fucking hoping with our track record that dragon will fucking attack after we've knocked on wood.
Yeah. Just yeah. I'm glad enough to have a quiet moment for at least some contemplation and to let things sit, honestly.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm angsty, I guess. No, that's not the right word. I still want to do more work. Anxious, yes.
Right.
I don't mind sitting here and drinking. That's fine, but like this has been my everyday for a while. Just sit down and drinking. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really give a shit totally about what we're really pursuing now. Like I give a shit about like saving people and making sure no one else dies, but this feels like a stop in the road, like a pit stop, because we still have a bunch of shit on our table.
It's true.
I like to imagine that during this conversation, the way Sven is casting the spells, he's just holding up the ring and be like,
Like a jackass.
Get a little monocle.
Like a 19-year-old girl with a henna tattoo at like a Burning Man concert, just like, oh yeah, you know, I just holding it in front of his face, just trying to act naturally.
Yeah, that's just.
It's better to be honest with yourself about that sort of thing. It's no good feeling as though you overcommitted and then trying to change boots midstream.
Oh, I definitely feel like I've overcommitted. I am not. I was not prepared to meet you all. That's just the truth. You all quite literally flipped my life upside down.
Well, it's mutual. I don't suppose I'd have really deviated too much from my chosen course. At least not under my own power, I don't think.
Together we're strong. Same way that ants can make grand colonies, despite being weak and stupid.
together, apes strong.
Mhm.
Is another way, I guess.
Well, and simply knows how to be an ant, and that's usually good enough for them.
Yeah. But we're bigger than ants.
Yes. I won't get into the various undead abominations that can take possession of the vermin that crawl beneath the earth. Just know that it's good that one hasn't been sighted in quite some time.
Horrifying thought.
Yes. At least with liches, there's some sort of or however you want to call them. I've heard it pronounced like, too. Although that's a bit... Anyway. Yes. The only way to rid one of a worm that walks is to destroy all of the composite worms that its body is composed of, which is usually several thousand.
I don't like thinking about that.
Yes. I prefer to not have to deal with either if we can help it. But it is one thing that comes to mind, especially with the undead last time and the things that weren't exactly like that, and, well, at least I have had some level of experience with whatever this might be. And, excuse me, Sven. I can see your ring just fine from here.
No, I'm studying it.
You don't need to yell about it.
I'm sorry, it's all involuntary.
Oh, yes, that's right.
It's part of the ritual.
I didn't mean to make fun of your Tourette's, I forgot.
Sven has Tourette's, but it's just for meowing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have Tourette's.
Well, it's at least good to feel like I'm not going in blind, but
We kind of are, though.
yes.
At least, Sven, you definitely
Very
reached
much
the
so.
end of your studies by this point.
Eureka! I mean, meow! I mean, I've got it!
Oh,
One of them or all three?
All of them. I remember now. Or perhaps the ring helped me to remember something that I otherwise wouldn't have. This ring is quite marvelous. It's worth a price. Shame I can only do this every 5 days. Yes. He puts the ring down on the table and kind of slides it to the middle for anyone who wants to take it. This is not the only one, actually. I think. There were perhaps more. Or actually, no, I'm sure there were more. Maybe this is the only surviving one, but previous ones were made like 500, 600 years ago. It was made by the late Empire. At a game, that one is... do I know what the name of the old Empire was, or is it the same Empire?
It's Imperia.
Imperia. It was made by Imperia as they were failing. These keys, they're psychic focus in the same way that a wizard or a sorcerer or perhaps cleric might have a focus. It's used in rituals for opening up the dream world or sealing it. It could be either.
Oh.
But this one, it seems to be altered in some way. They use power which is drawn from materials not found on our plane. So it uses extra-dimensional things as fuel. It's paired with the book which we are looking for. And it seems potentially magically linked. So finding the book through divination might be possible.
Okay.
If I were to guess, the ritual was performed, but it went wrong. Using the knowledge gleaned from this and what we've learned from Miria, perhaps our Michael man was pushed through mid-ritual and it disrupted it somehow and it went strange. So if we can find the site of the ritual, that might be where the dimension is.
Vic, you said you saw like a vision, yeah, like of the ritual. Do you recognize where it was? Any idea where it would have been?
I believe it was. Yeah. Do you remember the massive hole inside of the house?
Oh, that would make sense.
Oh yeah. Remember when you stepped into the room and all those symbols flew at you?
Mhm.
No, I actually don't. I
No.
just
I
Vic.
do remember that.
Vic. Because he's the one that triggered that. Those are the
I
symbols that
walked
you
into a
saw
lot of
drawn
rooms
on
and
the
had a lot
floor.
of things.
No, I remember this. It was when we were in the library, I think, right?
Yep. You went up into the room in order to look down into the hole. You triggered a trap and made a will save. You saw what you saw,
oh, yeah.
but you weren't forced into a babble curse.
Okay, that's
I remember this now.
like every time I walked into a room, I got something thrown on my face. So
Yeah.
he was mixing a couple things up. I know what you're talking about now. It's the big pit where all the spider webs were.
Yep. The symbols that flew at you, you recognize as being similar to the symbols that were drawn on the floor.
So we have the location, and we have the key. We just need the ritual.
Right.
So, what-
Which
the location, the destination, whatever you fucking.
that is something I could possibly find out tomorrow with the divination spell, I suppose.
Well, hopefully you won't have to waste the magic, and we can get it from Cyrus
It's-
contacts.
It's 10 minutes and 25 gold. I'm not too worried about it.
Does it
No.
waste any of your potential for the day? You know, in case we get into a fight on the other side.
A little bit. But
You know,
like,
I'm wondering something. Is the dust the fuel for the key?
That is.
Yes,
So.
it appears to have been flakings that dropped off of the orb that was stored down there previously.
was definitely projecting something mentally as well, so I suppose that checks out.
Yes, I think we can save our alternative options for after what we might learn from Cyrus's digging.
Mhm. Yes, who's to know if this ritual is going to be the easy part or the hard part?
You know, I'd be willing to bet that the hard part comes after the ritual. We have to also ask the question, do we want to seal it away and doom him, or do we want to open it and deal with the problem once and for all?
Is Cyrus
I think it was,
just... Sorry.
He's been like watching this and like, you do realize you just need to wait a little bit. Forcing
We
something
do,
like
but
this
these are
can
these are
cause
questions.
very poor outcomes if you rush in without knowing what the fuck is going on.
We're not trying to
Right.
rush. We're just figuring out the questions
Right.
to ask.
It
And the question right now is where the book is, and we simply need to wait for our contacts to get back.
Hey, we're not trying to
Yes.
figure out where the book is, though. We are waiting for that. We're asking the other questions.
Do you see what I mean, Cyrus? I say it wouldn't be easy.
What I'm saying right
Right.
now is that, please, by all means, rush into something like this. I will not save you once you hit the wall waiting on the other side.
Cyrus, we are not rushing into this. We are discussing
That's
over
it.
drinks.
Hmm.
that's a
You're
good point.
relaxing.
On that note, I'm going to make a beat of fireballs now, so just don't no one
Do
try to
you
blow me
ever
up
not
as a
fucking
joke.
crack something?
Oh, here, let me help you, Phoenix. Accidentally brushing off the table.
No!
I'm going to go and enjoy
Put a
yourself
match.
for fucking once. You are all exhausting. He just
Yeah, we
stands
are.
up, brushes himself off, and walks over to the bar to get a drink.
I think best when I'm working, I guess.
I would hope so.
Right now, I think our only issue is that we don't have all the information we need. We can discuss and go over things if we really feel the need, but we don't have the full context. We can't make any decisions.
Yes.
I think Vic's right.
Isn't one of you supposed to be off screwing some harlots or something? At
That's
this,
a good idea.
yes.
Dexys, I think he was talking to me.
Yeah, go see if the
Hey,
cat bartender
I mean-
likes your ring.
Not to insult your Riz, but
I don't want to steal your
Can I kill Sven for using the word "riz" in a sentence?
Hey, it's okay. I can bring him back next level. So just
Ooh.
All riz,
wait.
no cap.
Dexius,
I know
you're
that-
just
I know
simply
what that
not
means.
as much of a Sigma as I am.
Oh god.
Sven gets his kill and immediately starts doing a Fortnite dance and
Don't interrupt me. I'm mewing.
quintuples our viewership. Yes.
Roblox. That's what the kids like, right?
Mhm.
Pocket Cat is angry. Tony wants attention.
Yeah.
All right, so we can probably pass the day, I guess. It's
I was hoping
no, we're passing the
there
day.
is I think there is merit to what Iris was saying. Look, I'm having a hard time relaxing myself, and I think that's part of the problem now that I've thought this hour, so it's I think maybe we should go to a show or something. My brain is not really in the mental mindset to really be thinking about anything or doing any research outside of what we're doing now. But I think at least a break is warranted. We did do something pretty good. We got a win.
Get a flyer for that Quincy Sanguine show.
We did.
You have two options. Yes, you can go see Quincy Song, or you can go and see the music. Both are
Let's
fun.
discuss these things over that there's music. I'm sure that will enhance the experience.
I don't think we need to be discussing any of this further. I think we're talking. Any more, we'll be talking in circles.
It was a joke.
Ah.
Wait, I'm gonna start walking somewhere. I don't know where I'll end up, but we'll figure it out.
Do you have any recommendations?
I start silly walking beside Vic.
I'm gonna kill Sven.
Yeah, I'm shocked that Sven is being the one that's dragging shit out. That is really unlike him. Supposed
I'll
like
just-
he's doing it
These
on
are good
purpose.
questions. This is good conversation and roleplay. I don't know what.
I'll
I'm
just
sorry
have,
for opens up role playing game. Roleplay inside. Sad.
Yeah, but
No,
the
I'm
problem
giving
is it's
you
role playing game,
a yellow card.
and if it's just role play inside the package, you're gonna feel ripped off. We've argued
did
about this
so.
before.
That Dallas the role playing game, man. You know, just like on the show Dallas, you just gotta be the characters. And I'm like, oh, okay.
So,
What's the show like, game? I'm not gonna tell you.
so out of character,
Tie in. Mhm.
what do you want to see? Do you want to go see the play, or do you want to go see a concert?
Let's go see the play. I vote for the play.
Sure.
Let's see the play.
Sure.
Vic is
sounds
basically
fine.
just following anyone who seems to be walking.
However,
somewhere, so
If Gray verbally tries to make the music that's playing, I want to go
No.
there.
I will consider it, but that is always available another time.
Not the singing part. I want to hear him go like what Joel just did, like do 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 do.
So, you are extremely frustrating today.
We all are every day,
Oh.
So,
in game and out of game.
yeah. Yeah. Can't argue with that. So, you're able to move through the city and get down to the Demon's Dive in order to find some seats. I think it's only like 2 coppers maybe in order to like pay for entrance. Like it's definitely something that's supposed to be accessible to everyone.
Too rich
Yeah,
for my blood.
Yeah, I'll pay for it. Just give him a silver.
You know what? I'll pay for it.
Cover.
Oh,
The only limiting factor here is whether or not we have coins in that small of a denomination.
I think Fernix
Yeah.
just said. I think Fernix just said he paid for us.
Oh, he did. That's
Yeah.
the silver you were.
You can pay them too if you want, but I already paid for you. So,
Awesome.
So, God. You guys are able to get inside. Considering how theater works in this time period, you pretty much can sit wherever you want in the pit, because in the front used to be considered the cheap seats. And a little bit of time passes. Finally, 7 o'clock rolls around, and the play begins. It's relatively full. You're thinking maybe 2/3. There is like booze for sale and some food, so there is definitely an amount of people are just coming here to get a little wasted and enjoy what's going on. There is a band playing. You learn that this is played much like an opera would, where it is a orchestra playing where the actors speak mostly in aria. With conversation usually only being used as an aside to the audience or something similar. Obviously, there is an opening that introduces a lot of the characters, including the individual who wrote it, who is a tiefling. The name of Delasar Nasara, who, as the ad claimed, was the court bard to the emperor. Playing the love interest of the lead is indeed Alabaster Hackett, a halfling man. Rosy, cheery, very upbeat, and well-dressed in this role. The lead is a solidly tall human man. Beard, very bass voice. And then Delasar himself plays the kind of half innocent, half more of an observer role of the love interest for the missing daughter. Those of you who do know Sweeney Todd will know this story rather well, as it follows a lot of the same beats, with the lead having been sent to a prison camp in Madrar, where he was... This is... For those of you, I think most of your characters would know, when people are sent there, they're not supposed to come back. Even if your sentence is only 2 or 3 years, you're gonna die there. The heat and the misery and the labor that goes into harvesting tobacco and sugar and cocoa often kills people, especially those who are not accustomed to such a hot climate. And yet this man is able to return specifically to Kinlan, just across the Anothian Sea, where he then enacts his string of revenge that ultimately ends up destroying himself and those around him that he cares about. It is a tragedy. And, oh, by the way, theater in this era is very interactive. Most of the crowd yells shit up at the cast. And that is not only, like, taken into account, it's almost expected. Where, you know, the crowd will scream out, "He's right behind you." Shit like that. Like, think of your asshole 6-year-old like cousin who would yell shit at the movie theater. That. Straight up that.
On a massive scale.
Yep, on a massive scale. That's why they call them the cheap seats, because often enough. Or the peanut gallery, because guess what they would usually throw? Peanut shells.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. It is well done. The magic that is woven in order to incorporate not only the music, but the effects, the color, the shadows, the moving objects is all done very, very well. And it is also pretty bloody. And if those of you who are near the front of the audience are going to get sprayed, it's not real, obviously, but some people aren't expecting it. And more or less get really grossed out. The show lasts about a good 2.5, 3 hours before coming to a close. There is a curtain call, and applause is had, and then the audience primarily the audience kind of turns around and goes back to drinking and eating and taking, doing whatever the hell they feel like. It is a couple of hours where you guys get to sit in a dim area, drink something small slowly, and actually live for a few hours.
As the show's kind of getting to its end point, winding down, I'm gonna just, in the back, just like, wherever Cyrus is leaned up. This is nice. This is a good recommendation.
Yes.
Yes, it's always good to slow down and actually enjoy the world around you. But everything is making money and killing things.
Yeah. I never make a lot of time for the theater. I forgot how much I actually enjoyed it.
Well, it's not often that you actually get to see something written by the court bard to the Emperor himself, at least for quite a while.
I will say that Halfling seems like a bit of a hack, if you ask me. He's trying a little too hard. He's overplaying the role.
Oh, but his voice is so beautiful.
All their voices are beautiful.
I've never seen a halfling hit a falsetto like that.
I'll give him that one, sure.
What's interesting?
He did do that well.
I think I recognize those names from something else. For some reason, I think they're tied to Paris.
Really?
Makes me think of something back at the Tanner home. I'll have to look into that. If I run into something, I'll let you know.
Sure, yeah. It's like some good drama.
After that, they do take questions and just converse, talk about like the magic that's used in order to make things happen. By the way, Delisar seems absolutely exhausted. It's like bags under the eyes, like look absolutely fucking miserable. Still manages to carry on as if everything's fine, but just has that look of forever tired. Whereas Hackett on the other side is forever cheery and energetic and optimistic. It is an odd dichotomy between the two.
Oh god, he's even like this outside of his character? Oh god.
Isn't that method acting? I think that's the right term.
I think so. I don't know. I don't know theater all that much. I just enjoy watching it once in a while. Enjoyed.
It was pretty good.
It might be method acting, or it could just be a good casting for the role.
It just felt like he was trying to steal the show the entire time, you know? Like from the protagonist.
You can't fault a person for trying.
Either way, I think it was a good two-copper spend.
Overall, yeah.
How long did it
Better
last?
than-
About 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So yeah, it's about 10 o'clock now. The crowd thins out a little bit, and You're kind of free to do as you please.
It was certainly better than a lot of the sermons that I was forced to sit through.
Sure.
Miles more entertaining.
What time is it?
10.
Then
10. Holy shit.
10 at
Yeah,
night.
Yeah, 10 at night.
I don't know if I could sit through a whole sermon. I'm surprised you had the patience for it.
Well, either that or you don't get taught magic, so
Yeah, fair point.
just kind of gotta suck it up. I just finished my drink or whatever I had.
those sort of things vary between the various faiths.
Yes,
Not all too
well,
bad.
I hope that they do. Or how were yours anyway?
Well, maybe I shouldn't be the one talking. It's I wouldn't say that I got a traditional education in that regard. At least, well, with Sojourn specifically. A lot of walking, talking, and campfire stories.
Well, I mean, before all the big buildings and whatnot, I suppose that's probably what most people did anyway, in order to discuss things.
So,
Well,
Although it does make it a bit more difficult to fall asleep when you're the
I'm
only
gonna
one
miss-
listening.
I'm gonna miss having Gurugamesh in my room. Not really, but it'll be different.
Hmm.
what does that fucking mean? I miss Gilgamesh in my room.
yeah, hang
he
on.
used to, he used to bunk with me.
Oh, did he?
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
He was the best
Yeah.
big pillow. We would cuddle at night and
His beard was so
Sven,
tall.
Sven, you're sure you're not gay? No, why
No,
would
no,
I?
no. I
Just
just
a little naked cuddling. That's all.
I
Attracted
just-
to his feminine features.
miss the way that he smelled. Is that so weird?
Eee.
It is fucking weird.
No.
I can't
I-
say that I'm familiar with the idea.
I
No,
think
it
he
was
would have
That
liked the
wand of
show.
prestidigitation.
I guess that's
Look.
kind of part of the reason why it kind of feels like. I mean, tonight was nice, but I don't know. Something feels missing now.
We could
Yeah.
we could gather a bunch of straw and pack it into clothes and make it look like Gurugamesh. Carry it around. That will be a healthy
And-
coping mechanism, yes?
Right.
He's not. He's
Not against-
gay, he's probably not even that far from where we're currently standing.
He's probably
Yeah,
in the
he-
tavern just over there.
Yeah, if he comes back because he forgot something or anything, do you really want to have to explain the
I think he would
effigy?
be flattered.
Actually, I think Rumesh actually would be.
It's what he would have wanted.
I don't. I don't think using that as a tagline is going to help any of us.
No.
No, he could dress Etor up as Rumesh.
We could dress Lugo up as him.
But what
So
will he
he's
do with the
paid
maid
for.
action?
That's true.
No.
If he starts swinging around a hammer or something, it's really going to up the damage repair costs. Even if it's just like a normal size hammer, I think you could still do a fair amount of damage with that.
Yes, I think Edgeworth should probably stay away from the blunt objects.
Mhm. And my quills.
In my axe.
You have an axe?
No, it was a reference to a play I saw once.
Oh,
Oh, I've seen that play. Yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
about
it's
that.
When the dwarf
modern
says "and
classic.
my axe," it's you'd have to see it to understand it.
It wasn't really like funny in the moment, but like at least in the city I was in, everyone.
Oh
used it
no,
as a
yeah,
good
that
joke.
was such a big quote. I mean, you have so many adventurers who carry around axes, and it's a very common dwarven thing. So it's a reference.
Yeah, by the
People-
time I left town, it was very overplayed.
People said the second one was the best, but the third one won all the awards.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
they were kind of all continuations of each other, so it'd be weird to give the second one the rewards when it's really more of a very long play. So you give the third one because that's more of the finishing one. They're all one thing.
Yeah, in my town, they did it over the course of 3 days.
Very, very long
It would be
plays.
so expensive to rebuild this fourth wall.
We're all talking in character. It's not
So
no canonness.
I'll have
We're
to see.
walking along the wall.
eventually, Cyrus does get up in order to make his way back so he can get some rest for the evening.
Yeah,
I might
assume we
actually-
were walking around.
Yeah, I
True.
I think if Cyrus leaves, I might actually head out as well. It's, I'm usually a late nighter, but we've been getting up at like 8 a.m. lately or earlier.
hmm It's a good habit to fall into if you like to be awake when everyone else is.
I really don't.
It's a bit overrated, but it is convenient.
In my line of work, it's not, but it has its benefits.
Well, it's a mutual line of work now, I suppose.
So, well, I might catch up with Cyrus and chat a little bit before heading to bed.
Good.
You enjoy the night. All of it.
Well, I'll do my best.
There's like a lingering moment. Just nod, slowly turn away, and walk off.
I go. Oh wait. One other thing. Do
Yeah,
you have a wineskin or something?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I put the whiskey stone in it, and I say its catchphrase. And then after that, I'm gonna say a different catchphrase, which the game window I just minimized. I'm going to use the intoxicate spell.
Oh.
Turn that into probably like well, let's make it a strong white. Make it basically like one of those like yellow whites.
There's an intoxicate spell?
Yes. I was hoping to punctuate that with casting it, but
I wonder what that does.
it makes something boozy. Yeah. It's basically what it does. It gives you penalties if you drink it.
Ooh, that's good shit.
It's a good budget drinking spell.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
I look
it.
at it, take a sip. Woo! That's fucking strong. Holy shit.
yeah. One little dab will do you, as they say.
I think I'm gonna be up for a little longer than I planned. You all have a good night. And I'll walk
Here,
out.
let me try this drink.
Oh yeah, sure.
Reach
Before I
over.
go, absolutely.
Reach over, chug, chug, chug. Not actually chugging the whole thing. Constitution. It's not so bad.
It's a fortitude save, actually, but
Okay. Well, in that case, sir, I'm just gonna do better.
Hey.
go
It's
ahead,
not so
do
bad.
that better. I think that's the ferment save DC is built into that. But did it? I don't know.
Holy shit.
The game table's acting a little funky for me. But yeah. Oh no, it should be a DC 16 fortitude save.
Well, I definitely passed. Pretty
Alright,
good.
Anyway,
Yeah.
It's not. Could do with some flavor, but if you could definitely sell this and make something real, you can make it some banger tavern.
I don't know about that. I don't think it lasts quite long enough.
Oh, do I have a time limit to drink this?
Oh, it should wear off in an hour or so, hour and a half.
Oh shit. Yeah, I down. I
Just be plain old beer flavored water.
well, I don't mind that.
Alright. So, he heads out, and the three of you. What do you do?
drinking contest with Garuga. Oh,
Oh.
drinking contest with Lugo. Oh, we drink and pass the night.
Wow.
What do you want us to do, DM? You told us to relax. Yeah.
I explode from the pressure of trying to relax.
Yeah, we spend all of our mental energy on trying to relax.
This is all too real. I thought this was supposed to be escapism.
It's like when it's 3 a.m, you're desperately trying to sleep, just staring at the clock.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Well, I guess you guys you're real sad and go back to Bannerham in bed. I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Vic has to
I'm like,
get up
what
early
kind of-
anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm like, what kind of little like time occupiers are there? look over. Then I'm like, sometimes people get drunk. And the religious types like me anyway. Like to go into the big long sermon thing. I'd rather not do that, unless you want me to?
Well, you could always find Lugo and maybe go gambling.
That's a fun idea. Yeah, let's gamble. Let's do a drinking contest and we gamble.
You could also bring my followers along.
Mhm.
They would love that. And they also might steal some gold from you, but don't mind that.
And then as soon as you start to deal the cards, the first one flips over and Etter just puts down a card on top of it that says "I don't think so," and pulls the deck away.
Jesus Christ.
That's when you pull out the Uno reverse card.
Just a completely different system.
Yeah.
As if Etor really cares.
We're playing
Or
house
knows.
rules.
Alright.
Hector plays
I
Blue
will-
Eyes White Dragon.
I will say on the walk back, because I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and have my spells anyways. I'm gonna cast Expeditious Retreat, and I want to catch up with Cyrus.
Not difficult. He's not, like, trying to outpace anybody.
Just get back up to him. Ugh. Hey, you want to try this shit? It's good.
Sure, why not?
Pass him in the wineskin.
Fortitude save.
He's like, swallows like, this tastes like shit.
Yeah, it
What the
does.
fuck is this? Why? I hope you did not pay for this.
Oh no, Fernix made it for free. He just gave it to me. It's great. I'm trying to quit. It's great.
Oh no.
That seems like a problem, but I'm not your mother.
Nah, it's a short-term quit. We got shit to do. We got work.
Yes, well. I will not expect
I
immediate results. I'm thinking that it will not be until tomorrow evening that we'll hear anything at all.
fair enough. I have things I can do then in the morning. I still have some research I need to do. But that's for tomorrow. I just wanted to I know I kind of did earlier, but properly. Just look around the streets. There's fucking no one around anyway, so I'm gonna go into my kitsune form. I just wanted to properly thank you. You know, just for whipping us into shape, showing us, kind of enticing us to relax and all that. I think it's well needed, but we we're not used to getting wins, I guess. I don't know. The last bit of cheeriness amongst all of us kind of went away when Gilgamesh walked out, and it kind of just feels. You don't realize how precious something is until it's gone, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's dead.
He's not, but, you know.
Well, we send him letters, keep in contact.
I hope to.
Can the good Gilgamesh read? Sorry, I'm not there.
It takes him a bit. Yeah,
I
it's
think he
okay.
can read just fine. He just pretends because he thinks it's funny. Well, the way I look at it is I'm not entirely sure I did much of anything. I think eventually, well, in actuality, it was mostly your own actions that led to what things happened. Things got bad enough that it sort of reached a critical mass. And eventually something had to change, for better or worse.
No, I disagree. Even just by you being there, you've done something for us, whether you realize it or not.
What to really say? For some people, a little bit of direction and force and I don't know, culpability or holding you to account, it may work for them. For others, not so much. I think it might be a mixture of a lot of things. My threat to perhaps drop you like hot rocks might have been part of that, but without it being timed and without other things happening at the same time, I do not think it would have had the same outcome.
Maybe. There's no point dwelling on what ifs.
And I think
Here.
it truly was a win because the goal here was not to kill as many people as you could. Sure, that was a possible, outcome. You could have taken that route to destroy the cult, just slaughter everyone and be done with it. And I'm sure that Darun wouldn't have cared. But there was nothing necessarily entirely wrong with how it went. People got away. The person who
They-
orchestrated it all, however, has not yet escaped. And I do not think that he will.
Yeah. Well, we hope to deal with that tomorrow, but
I do not think it will be completely dealt with tomorrow.
well, I think we're hoping it will be, but we'll see. Things never pan out the way we hope. We're not called the gay crashers for no reason.
Yes, I've seen that. I have definitely learned that there is an expectation of things going very quickly and almost immediately. And in some ways, that can be something you would want. Disasters, when they are averted early on, generally lead to fewer deaths. But sometimes, even if you know that as time goes on, more people may perish, if you rush into a conclusion that you're not prepared for, or that you don't understand exactly what is going on, you can end up making things a lot worse. Ruin the chance to actually fix it and cause the death of a lot more people. It's a fine balance to strike between deliberating to the point where you never accomplish anything and rushing in without any thought and hoping that it just works out.
I suppose we're still trying to find our balance.
Either way, from what I've heard, it was a great bit of restraint. And I do not think that anybody should feel upset that not nearly as many people were brought to justice. Perhaps that will happen not really by your actions, but their own, or maybe the gods will strike them dead. I don't know. It isn't really for us to say.
Well, in terms of people being held accountable, my worry is that the wrong people will be. I made a comment about it to Vic before, but there was a ledger of names,
Hmm.
and I implored him to deliver it, but I think he did. And I'm just worried that those people who had nothing left turn to them for salvation. Will be their downfall.
Perhaps. And in a way that is justice. Is it fair? Maybe not.
No.
Was it fair for the people who took those drugs and died of it to end up that way? No, probably not. Nor was it fair that the cult killed people in order to feed their stupid idol or whatever god they believed in with whatever the hell it was, a life force? I don't know. I don't care. That wasn't fair either. But that's sort of what life is. It's a series of fuck-ups that we hope eventually get a little bit better.
I guess I'm just fucking tired of that. Of everything just... Because that's how it is for us. It's not how it is for those rich fucks in their pearly white castles. Anything that happens to them, anything they do wrong, they're protected. They're well taken care of. We, the common folk, are just left to deal with our fuck-ups. There's no fairness in the world, and you're right. It's bullshit. But just for fucking once, I wish that it was. People actually got what was fucking coming to them, and that people who have had it rough just get a fucking break for once. Even just for one time. I've yet to fucking see it.
And you're going to be the one who meets that out?
I want to try. Because I'm tired of not trying.
And it's your responsibility to... Oh, what is the phrase? Steal from the rich, give to the poor. I did that shit too when I was little.
Done more fair share.
Sorry, you cut out.
I've done more than my fair share of it.
And look how happy it has made you.
But I'm not alone.
No, we generally aren't.
I may not be what someone call happy, but my actions have helped people. It's the whole reason I have those people follow me everywhere I go.
And take pride in that. And I would try to remember that happy isn't something you are, it's something you do. Happy isn't a state of mind. It isn't something you can just be a baseline. You can be happy and still be miserable. These are not mutually exclusive. But if you go around feeling like shit all the fucking time, eventually you have to stop blaming others and ask, why am I so miserable? isn't it my responsibility to choose how I wish to feel and perceive the world? Eventually, you have to stop being angry. It took me 3 years of stealing in Santala before, of course, life caught up with me, and I spent a decent amount of time having the shit kicked out of me. And I kind of look back on where I did a lot of that stuff, and a lot of it was anger. I lost my village. My father wasn't there. We lost our farm. My mother was forced to move down the mountain and into this shitty city. That is the hand that life deals you. What I ended up doing was... And my 16-year-old self would fucking hate me for having done it, was becoming a guard. A thief taker. And then I got to choose when people got away or not. Then I got to choose what bastards went down and which ones didn't. When you have enough authority to, just one more question it, until the noble loses his fucking mind. And reveals that, no, it wasn't his servant who stole from him and tried to murder his wife. It was him.
Even then, good luck actually getting them to pay for
Swing?
that.
Oh, I made sure he swang.
You did? Really?
No, yes. That's the fun part. When you have certain abilities like mine, when you can suddenly disappear, when you can take someone else's face, you can make sure that the right people go to the right places. So the man who tried to kill his wife and failed ended up going to the gallows wearing the face of the person he tried to blame. That spell didn't wear off until he went into the ground.
I have so much respect for you. It is incalculable.
Yeah. But these are the kind of things you have to choose. You can't be all angry all the fucking time, or eventually you're going to be angry all the fucking time. And who wants to be around that? Choose your battles. Take the victories where you can. And don't be miserable over every failure of a fuck up or every missed opportunity. You're going to be miserable forever.
But I assume at this point we eventually stop outside of Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
So it's
to
like-
the side where it's not so light pouring from inside the windows.
Yeah. I guess I'm I don't remember a time where I wasn't angry or miserable. So it's just trying to figure out how not to be.
Everybody has different ways. I decided to work within the system to my own advantage, and other people don't. Figure out your own way. What I can say is that your own people haven't... They're not gone. Which is something I really didn't learn until I was recruited into the Valier Society. Because I didn't learn this magic all by myself, but it was taught to me, handed down by others older than me.
And I didn't think any were alive until I met you.
Oh, there are many of us. It's funny. The ones that refuse to adapt to the modern world, yes, they will run into oblivion. The fun part about foxes is that eventually you have to learn how to adapt to the world, live in it. You start making your own little enclaves in the cities themselves.
You continuously give me much to think about. and I'm still thinking on it. Even the stuff you even first said to me. I hope to get back to you with a proper answer in time. To all of it. But for now, it's late. I guess lastly, I remember you asked about you mentioned meditating and something. I haven't done that in a very, very long time. I remember doing it in one of the few things I actually remember from my home. I wouldn't mind doing something like that if you had the free time in the morning or in the next few days or whenever.
I definitely had more time of late. Yeah. Kind of thinks for a second. There are places in the city where it's pretty quiet and relatively green.
I was thinking actually traveling a bit outside the city.
It's always a possibility.
I have a horse, so
Yeah.
well, we've talked shop enough. I'm so fucking tired, I won't even lie. I think I'm just gonna go to bed.
Then, rest well, and I pray that your friends do too.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Just linger for a moment. And just awkwardly walk back inside to the Bannerhome.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for me.
Alright. The rest of you, I guess, you're gonna go for the idea of meeting up with Lugo and going gambling?
Sure.
Alright.
I think Vic's just going to bed.
Who's playing?
And, yeah, you're just going to bed. It probably isn't super quick, because I know we're about 10:30 going 10:45. You're able to, kind of figure out where Lugo went, learning that he went down as the old docks, where there are places, especially in a lot of the pub and ale houses there, where you can go into the back in order to gamble. Specifically, Black Bonnie and the Salted Sea Dog are pretty common for sailors to go and gamble. Technically illegally, but in a situation where, you know, the cops go in and go, I can't believe this, gambling! Here you're winning, sir. Oh, thank you. I cannot believe this! It's pretend.
I want
No.
to bet 5 billion gold. No. Yeah, we can gamble. How much is like a reasonable amount to gamble here?
Most of the people here are playing for, like, usually in the silvers to low gold range. Not in total, just at once. So,
Yeah.
definitely enough that it's, like, not insignificant, but, not nothing. Not penny games.
I don't think I'll... The amount doesn't really matter, because the amount of money I have, it's... Whether I win or lose, it's not going to make much of a difference.
Mm.
So we'll just stick with, like, medium silver to, like, not draw attention.
Yeah.
Just have fun.
Ernix, you gamble as well?
Yeah, I think I'll probably set my limit
All
at like 50
in.
gold or so. So don't you all in.
Well, you, you're able to stay as long as you want. You do learn that Lugo is pretty fucking good with his cards.
Yeah.
He's...
I want to have it so, like... I want to be, like, having Lugo show me the ropes of, like, the tricks he's learned. Like, you know, he says, oh, you want to bet on red here. It's like, eh.
A lot of his knowledge isn't necessarily how to play the game. It is how to A, read other people, and B, learn how the game is rigged. I'm not sure if that's something that ever really came to your character of like, oh, this is 100% jury rigged in order to make sure that certain people win, specifically the house. So it's learning, oh, it's basically counting cards or figuring out that the roulette wheel, that the divider between certain colors is less than others, where it's just things like this you have to pick up through observation, through patience, and through just coyness, cleverness. And he's very good at that, and you learn that despite that, he keeps a very stone face through a lot of this. So even when he is able to pretty consistently win damn near every hand of poker, no one ever really calls him out because they don't think that he's doing anything wrong.
I want this to be like a father-son bonding moment, but like I'm the father who the son is showing video games to.
Even though I'm pretty sure Lugo's like 25 years
Oh, yeah.
older than you.
Yeah.
Ay, ay. But yeah, you also learn that a lot of this stuff he learned obviously traveling port to port as a sailor, where a lot of this was basically thievery. Like, gambling in ports like that was just organized thievery. So it was always suspicion, but at a reasonable level. And never really trying to... And this is the one thing that he impresses upon you, is never trying to go so big that you bring attention to yourself. If you win a lot of money, you don't do it at once, you do it over several days or a week. So that it seems like, oh, you're just following a pattern, as opposed to you just want a shitload of money, and now the knee breakers are coming around asking questions with their crowbar.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Lugo.
Yeah, they don't seem to mind too much if you like just double your money or whatever, if it's not that much.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's when you win like an exceeding or extravagant amount of money that questions start being raised. So,
All right.
But yeah, my 50 is my limit for how much I'll lose and then stop.
both of you each individually give me a d20.
Why was I rolling a Sasha?
Why did you roll a Sasha?
How did I even do that?
Okay.
All right. Well, clearly that didn't count because I was on Sasha. So still does. What is
usually
going
better.
on? Oh! I'm selected on.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
on the board? Yeah. On the wheel. Fernix, you kind of do pretty middling. You end up winning like a little bit of money, but not an overwhelming amount. It's mostly passing time. You get, fed cheap snacks for free. You get a couple of like kind of shitty watered down drinks, but hey, you're not paying for it. And there's the entertainment of just being there. Most of the clientele in places like these aren't very well off. They're sailors, they're stevedores, they're clerks, they're people who stoke fires in the furnaces in the Red Hall. They're pretty much low to middle class individuals. Sven,
Nice.
you lose about 2 or 3 gold over the course of like 3 hours, which for you isn't a huge amount of money, but I feel like you make a lot of really like rookie mistakes, and you're like, oh god damn it. Just like,
Yeah, I play it up like I lost again. Lugo, tell me how to do it again.
and everyone kind of treats you as like, the dumb kid come to play, I guess.
Sure.
But hey, you also get fed food and drinks more or less for free. So, it kind of evens out, I guess. Either way, Lugo plays until about 1 a.m. After that, he leaves. The casino runs until about 2 or 3 in the morning. And
I
then
like
even
to
they
work
go
out.
shop. I'm
I
assuming you
assume
go with
Burnix
Lugo?
leaves as well. Yeah, I said I leave with Lugo.
Fernix? Same? Okay. That cat is really insistent.
I know.
She really
He's-
wants to be in front of that camera.
Mhm. You see
Um,
this? Like,
she just wants,
if I don't pet them,
wants to strut her stuff
just-
for the camera.
just gonna pet themselves if I don't pet them. So,
Mhm. And eventually you're able to work your way back to Bannerhelm and bed down for the night. It has been a very, very, very fucking busy day. It's been overall very successful, and like Cyrus and Melia told you, take the W. You had a W, take the W.
We're trying.
I know you are. Trying really hard to not accidentally do like a war crime like less than 2 hours later that completely undermines what you just did.
Wait, what was that?
Me when we're sitting in a giant crowd of people watching a play and I have a Mills bomb in my hand. Shit.
We're displaying the Red Cross flag on a non-Red Cross affiliated hospital.
Yeah.
Technically a
Yeah,
war
you know.
crime.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Either way, that is where we're going to be ending for today. It's been an interesting session, and hopefully we'll be able to do more next week. You'll definitely have some more downtime. Please make use of that in order to do things as to not push forward the I guess quote unquote main plot as of right now. It'll come when it comes.
No, earlier we were just like, we were just deliberating a little bit, but I have things I want to do in the morning.
Oh yeah, everybody kind of like maybe put that in the in-character chat thing of the like, hey, this is what my character is going to be doing. Might be a good idea so we can kind of budget time. Because I know we really didn't have anything to vote on this week as to what you were doing, because I don't think any of you really knew what you were going to be doing.
Honestly, I didn't
Yeah,
really have any
I-
expectations for this session.
Yeah.
I figured I might follow up with the ion ore, but I was also like, yeah, we'll just, whenever that works.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Put that all down. We'll because I know there's some stuff that has a little overlap between characters, and yeah. So thank you all for playing, and I will catch you on the next episode. Hopefully we're gonna be
Bye for now.
We're gonna be keeping to our schedule, hopefully, and we'll see how things go. So good night, everybody, and see us next week.
Take care. Have a wonderful night.
Goodbye.